Everyone, thank you so much for coming today. I'm going to start off our day today with a hearing on HB 153, requiring that 2 or more law enforcement officers in each county receive training regarding animal cruelty. And with us this morning to start things off is the sponsor of the bill, Representative Comtois. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, and thank you. For the record, my name is Barbara Comtois, representing Belknap 7. This bill has come about due to some issues with some animal cruelty cases and people not being educated. All this bill does is require 20 law enforcement officers in the state to receive training through the police standards. I do have an amendment forthcoming, but OLS has not finished it yet. A couple of things that it's going to add is would be an 8-hour course approved by the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council, and a 2-hour refresher update training every 3 years. I don't think 8 hours of training in a subject matter is a lot to ask from 20 law enforcement officers of the state. It would be 10 people in the state police and 1 sheriff or deputy from each county. This is a training tool only. It doesn't constitute that they have to do anything. They're there as a resource if needed. A lot of small towns and communities do not, their local enforcement does not understand the animal cruelty laws of this state. They do not know what to look for. And this is not, the only thing we're mandating is training. There is no other mandate in here. So I don't understand why anyone would be opposed to training, and I am open for questions.
Any questions, Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Is this working?
It is.
Okay. I wouldn't think this is very expensive. Everything seems to get an FN these days, but wouldn't you think that that's not going to be a heavy lift financially?
Thank you for the question, Representative Haskins. And no, I don't think it's going to be a heavy lift. I mean, they already have training available. This would just be an additional course offered, and only, like I said, 20 law enforcement people in the state would be required to take that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bixby.
So, how does this bill relate to the requirement, or this constitutional requirement of due process?
Well, I think with the training, right? Because when you're talking about due process, are you talking about someone going in the taking of animals? I just want to be sure.
I'm talking about the general right that citizens have to expect that when they are become involved in the legal system for any reason, that their case will be treated appropriately and correctly according to the law.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I think that this here with these training courses would actually help in the due process, because you would have folks that are actually educated in the laws on our books, in understanding what it is, and what cruelty is, because and understand when it's okay to remove animals. I think that's extremely important, and I think we've seen instances in the state where it's done more harm when people don't understand the particular animal being taken. This isn't just about dogs and cats. It's about livestock too. And people need to understand that.
Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking the question. It seems to me that animal control officers in each of the towns would be fit for this responsibility. Doesn't this seem to be an overlap with their duties?
Thank you for the question, Representative Minor. So this does not interfere with the ACO. A lot of towns in rural areas do not have ACOs. It is left up to the local police department. I know in my town, we do not have an ACO. And there was an incident where local law enforcement came in to take care of a situation with a horse. And they thought they did the proper thing, and then the horse ended up being right back in the same situation a couple days later. And the local law enforcement really didn't understand because it's just not in their band, it's not what they study, it's not what they're used to. And then it took another 10 days of horses in high heat during the very hot summer not having good access to water.
Representative Freeman, did you have a question? And then
I
Representative
did,
Howard.
Madam Chair, thank you, but my question was along the lines of Representative Minor, so I got my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Representative Howard.
Francois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder, and thanks for taking the question, Representative Comtois. I wonder if, how do you connect the dots between training and action? Like, and what would be the way to tap into this training by the police force at large?
Thank you for the question, Representative Howard. There are several courses out there. The police standards would have the final say on what the training would look like. However, I think that some of that would have to do with how cases are prosecuted and understanding that aspect, because a lot of times we fall down at the prosecutorial level when dealing with these cases. And I think a good understanding and good training in that would help, because that way all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Do you have any questions? Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking questions. Are you aware of any other precedent where in statute that the legislature has mandated specific training?
Thank you for the question. No, I am not.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for putting forward this bill. I think it has merit. My question is, given that we're talking about 2 officers in the county, how will you decide who in the county gets trained, and how would we make sure that those trained people are known to be trained and available to other cities and towns in a county?
Thank you for the question. Well, the sheriffs in each county, of which there are 10, would get to decide which person they should train, okay? And the state police, I'm sure that different troops have different jurisdictions in different counties, and they would get to select one person in each of those counties. I'm not sure. But at the sheriff's level, it would probably be pretty simple to find out who's knowledgeable. You just call the sheriff's department and you'd find out. How we would pass that on from the state police down to the local level, I'm not sure, but maybe it's something that's posted through law enforcement. Like I said, this is not, the only thing that this is mandating is that 20 people take a training course, 8-hour training course. That's all it's mandating. It's not mandating anything else, but we need people. We have to start somewhere with education.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
So just as a matter of clarification, sort of the way this would work in practice is that if if a town that didn't have an ACO had a call or had a report of some sort of animal cruelty, then the police department in that town could call either the sheriff's office or the state police and ask for assistance with the case so that they could get it right. Is that the way it would generally work?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bixby. And yes, that is the intent. Would also be a resource, and maybe they're just the person that's knowledgeable if the local police department has a question. So it could be a dual, they could have a reference, but they could also have someone who could possibly assist in that matter.
Follow up?
Follow up, yep.
And how are the local police departments going to know that this resource exists?
Well, I thank you again. I think that the way that it would be done is that the state police, whoever the state police officer in the county and the sheriff, whoever in the sheriff's office in each county, could pass that information on to the local law enforcements in each county. I don't think that would be a heavy lift.
Follow up?
One more follow-up, sure.
Would it make sense to add to the amendment the instruction that information get disseminated to local police forces?
Thank you, Representative Bixby, and I think that would be a great idea.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Barber?
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. Is there currently a veterinary component involved in the process at this time? It seems to me that the training that we're asking is expansive across many different types of animals. So I'm just curious if the training would be enough. Do we have veterinarians that could be contracted by the county or towns?
Thank you for the question, Representative Barber. We do have laws already on the books about the removal of animals. This here is just a training component, would add the training component into that RSA. Because a veterinarian is not a law enforcement agency, and they cannot go onto someone's property to remove animals. It has to be done through law enforcement.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, Representative Comtois, for introducing this bill, and we appreciate your time in putting it together.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. At this time, I'd like to call Sheriff Bill Wright to the microphone. And your time is 3 minutes that you've requested. There you go.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is William Wright. I am the Sheriff of Belknap County, and I'm also the President of the New Hampshire Sheriff's Association. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill today. I've served 27 years in New Hampshire law enforcement. I'm in my third term as sheriff, and I've been at the sheriff's office now for almost 20 years. This bill has two primary components to this. The first part is training. We agree that training is important and that we should continue to progress in the training. I know that each recruit class, so every police officer that's been certified through the state of New Hampshire has attended a block of study through the police academy on animal cruelty. Advanced training, of course, is available. I don't believe that it's available through the police standards and training at this time, so we don't have a course that's readily available for that, although there are some private classes that we can take through humane societies such as that. So that's a component that we have to take into consideration as to mandating training that currently doesn't exist. And I know that Director Skipper is here, and he'll definitely correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't believe that there's an actual advanced course on this, which is something that I think this bill is trying to target. Second is the component that involves the requirement for the sheriff's offices in New Hampshire State Police to participate and potentially assume animal cruelty cases in investigations where local municipalities were either called there to initially take the report, or if they don't have a local municipality that services that town, then of course the sheriff's offices and state police would be arriving anyways. So we would just naturally assume those cases. Based on our current legislation under RSA 1045, it defines what the primary duties of the sheriff's office and what we're supposed to do on a daily basis. As relations to RSA 1045, most of my staff and most of the staff that works for sheriff's offices across our state work day shift because that's where the primary duties that require us to do there. We all have staff that are assigned to their duties on a daily basis. So having the requirement of us to be available and to assist local municipalities as a requirement based on this law or this bill that's proposed can create its own challenges for us in staffing in the current statutory duties that we're required to do. RSA 104:6 also talks about other things that sheriff's offices are able to do, which is assist local municipalities as they request. We also have the ability to say that we don't have personnel available, or we don't have personnel that have that education discipline, or other reasons that we might just not be able to assist and that we would refer them on. So we already have an enabling bill that allows us to assist local departments. We don't need an additional bill to tell us that we're required to help or that we need to send somebody to assist in this. Some sheriff's offices don't even have investigative deputies assigned to their departments, such as COAS. They do no criminal work. And Sullivan County, I think, does very little. My organization, I have criminal investigators that I've assigned to my organization, which we do help local departments when it's necessary. This bill was not requested by the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police, which are the ones that would most likely be calling for our assistance in the first place. The primary concern of this bill for us on the Sheriff's Association side is the mandate for the sheriff's offices to participate in the actual investigation portions and to utilize our resources to assist the municipalities for specific investigations that could be time-consuming and timely and financially strapping in areas in which we do not normally focus on. So I believe at this point, this is not a good bill for the sheriff's offices to be required to provide that function. The legislation, if passed, would create more question for law enforcement about who has the ultimate responsibility for the investigation. It creates unfunded mandates for the sheriff's offices and New Hampshire State Police, and it further creates the need to establish investigator positions or assignments within sheriff's offices who don't have investigators currently at their organizations. The New Hampshire Sheriff's Association is comprised of 10 county sheriffs. And in closing, we respectfully request that House Bill 153 FN be voted inexpedient to legislature. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
One of the issues that you mentioned was in terms of resources. At this point, the bill does not have any funding mechanism. If funding were made available to cover the costs of this at the county level, would that change your opinion of the bill?
We would have to define what the funding amount is. And I'm not talking about dollar amount. I'm talking about what that resource will be, whether it be an actual person that's hired to specifically handle these types of cases and to be utilized as that resource. And I don't have an answer for that.
Follow up.
If we were to amend the bill, would you be willing to work with us to make it more in line with what you would perceive as a possibility?
If this bill was designed specifically to capture that we would go to trainings and that we would have people trained, then you probably not have any opposition from the Sheriff's Association. Where we do have the opposition is where it now requires us to have somebody available and to assist. We don't always have those luxuries to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Minor and then Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you find this bill to be, excuse me, time consuming on your part, that it really doesn't seem to be that, to me, that there'd be that many calls for your help? Do you think it would be very time consuming?
We don't know what kind of calls we're going to get. So it's always a question. If we look at a case similar to what Wolfboro had to deal with back several years ago with the Great Danes, that was a significant case with significant time put into that with a significant amount of resources. Could we, as sheriffs or state police, be required to investigate or be participative members in that and now include it at a county or state level for a township? That could be very burdensome. And let us not forget that an investigation, even though that it starts and it closes, it doesn't end for us until the court process is over and all the appeals processes and everything else that's associated with it. And the more officers that you add to this investigative process opens us up for more liabilities.
Thank you for that.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. I understand there's always a concern when responsibilities are added through a form of a mandate, that there's a mission creep kind of thing that happens and that more and more responsibilities might be added. My question has to do with, in your testimony, you stated that the concern is the requirement that sheriff's offices would have to participate in and potentially assume the primary roles in these investigations. And what I'm wondering, looking at the bill, is I don't see anything in the bill that says anything other than someone would be available to be able to assist. I don't see anything here that requires a sheriff's office to take over a primary role. And the phrase to be able to respond and assist, again, I don't really read that as a hard and fast mandate, because if you don't have the resources to assist, you can, as you do now, say we don't have the resources to exist. So could you help me understand where you see some type of hard and fast mandate in the specific language of the bill?
Sure. On line 13, where it says, who is able to respond and assist local law enforcement agencies in that county with any potential investigations on RSA 644:8, that right there is too ambiguous for us to determine whether or not that means to what degree the assistance is. Most of the towns and cities that have animal control officers are able to handle these situations predominantly on their own or with some assistance, although they definitely take the lead. Some of the smaller organizations that have part-time police departments or one officer type shifts would rely on us a lot more heavily to actually assume the investigation. Once we're involved, we're going to take the responsibility of making sure that we get to a finish on these cases. And a lot of times that means that a local department that cannot afford to have that officer off the street for any period of time, that burden gets pushed back up to either the county or the state police, is how we view this bill. So that wording alone, that if it has to be in a legislative process to say who's able to respond and assist local law enforcement, then we consider that a mandate, and that we would be expected to do what we needed to do to come to resolve, which means investigate the situation. There's just not enough in that. There would not be enough language in that bill as it's written right now to actually define whose roles and responsibilities it is to ensure that this investigation came to completion.
Follow up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And would you be, if this bill were something that, we were going to work on more and you were to assist us with, would it help, do you think, to add some clarifying language to the effect of as staffing allows, for example? Because I can certainly understand that there are times when these requests may come in where it's not feasible for you to provide that, and that makes perfect sense to me. So I'm wondering if there's some way that the language might be shaped in order to recognize that there are times when staffing will not allow for the kind of assistance.
So as a sheriff, we want to take out as much ambiguity as we can, and we want to make sure that language that says, as we have staffing available or what have you, that can be interpreted, and then that can create its own issues. Where once again, we have investigations that don't come to completion, and I think Representative Comtois is trying to get to a point where when an officer gets called to a location, it gets investigated, they utilize the appropriate resources, come up with the appropriate determination on what to do with these animals, and then come to a conclusion, whether it be court process or education piece. I believe that there's a lot that can be done at the county attorney level and at the attorney general's level that can be put in policy as to how we're supposed to be doing our job when it comes to these type of cruelty cases, and more guidance on that's not legislative process, but more of an administrative process that can be changed and perfected as necessary and direct us to the resources that we need. I don't believe that legislation should be mandated for us to, as sheriffs and New Hampshire State Police, to have to go and actually assist in these manners where we don't know if we're going to be the lead. I would assume that it would be, if I got a call from a local agency, they wanted assistance, it's not just holding the door for them. By the time we get into this, they're probably going to step back and allow us to continue to move forward with the case, which again is time and resources, and it's strapping that we have this.
Thank you very much.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff, for taking questions. Are you aware of any mandates that have been created by the legislature in the past that are similar in not necessarily in nature, but just the idea that the legislature has mandated certain training? Are you aware of anything?
Sure. RSA 106, which establishes the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council, they've directed us through that to attend certain trainings. And then, of course, through the POLs is where we get our directives from. So, yes, in essence, there is.
Follow up.
Follow up, yep.
Did you find these mandates to be tenable or untenable?
The mandates were tenable when it comes to training. So if this bill was solely about training and that we're asking for people to go to trainings, we wouldn't have an argument right now because we would send our people to trainings. Of course, we'd want to define what that training is. Is this an 8-hour online class put on by whoever, or is it through the Police Standards and Training Council, which again, I'm not so sure that they have a current advanced course on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Wright. As the loyal daughter of a sheriff, I thank you for your service. Now, it seems to me that you're the kind of guy I would want to answer these calls. So if this is going to be within a department, somebody who has an inkling toward this and they would be glad to take the training, the problem exists. The animals are going to, occasionally have need of intervention. Wouldn't we rather have someone who has the training if you're going to get the call perhaps anyway?
Yes, of course. We want, thank you for recognizing me. And we do want well-trained people. We do want the people who are passionate. We try to, as department leaders, we try to negotiate our people into areas of their passion because we're going to have a better work result. Mandating us to be participative members is where I find that this is problematic. Like myself, if I have personnel that have a passion for this and I hear of an organization within my community that needs help, I offer that assistance to that community. Now, it's up to that chief officer whether or not they want to accept the help or not, which they make that determination. But we most certainly make it available to them, and they can utilize the service if they want. But we, sheriff, I direct what my personnel do, and I know how to manage their time and what we have work product. So I know the balance between what we're required to do by RSA 104 and what we can do by RSA 106. And this part right here where this bill would now add another layer to this that's requiring us to do a specific function, which I don't believe needs to be there. Each sheriff has the ability, and each chief officer of every municipality has the ability to offer assistance when necessary. So we already have these enabling bills. We don't need another bill to require us to do something specific. Where if I can offer people, then I do. If I don't have the resources, then I don't offer it. And I try to get them to another resource.
Thank you.
Sheriff Wright, I have a question, and I'll get to yours as well. In the current sheriff training or police training that is required by other RSAs, do you receive training regarding animal cruelty reports, how to report them, what animal cruelty looks like, any of that? Do you get that kind of training in your normal training?
Not so much who to report it to, because people report the crimes to us. So we're the ones that take the information and then either bring it up to the criminal level of prosecution, or we defer to other organizations across our state. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
if I had a question about an animal cruelty case, I might call the state agriculture. I might call the state vet. I might call my local vet. I may call an ACO and ask them, who to talk to, or maybe they have that expertise. Again, I think that our resources, defining our resources could be better, in that we could, again, this is something that could be built into part of the Attorney General's manual, to where do you go if you have, an equine or a swine issue or a question. I can't tell you what a sick cow looks like unless it's absolutely obvious.
Well, that's what the point of this bill is to make sure that the folks in law enforcement do know what a sick cow looks like, or what abuse looks like. And because we're finding more and more as reports are made, that law enforcement coming to these places where the reports are being made, they are unable to really tell what they're looking at. And this is sort of a remedy to try and get more people in law enforcement to understand what it is they are looking at.
I'm not so sure a week-long, 8-hour training or a week-long training would get us to where we need to be for all the various animals that people have. But I can tell you that given me a resource book that shows if you have equine issues or that you have a question about it, that I can call this one specific number and reach somebody and then get their opinion, whether it be they show up, which we've had investigations where people actually show up and they take a look. Again, Dr. Crawford, the state vet, we call his office. We explain what we have. Sometimes we send photographs down, and then they'll make a determination if they're going to send an actual person who is certified to identify that this is actually what it is. I think the burden that's trying to be put on police as to decide whether or not an animal is sick or not, with the exceptions of obvious issues, I think it becomes more of a problem for us, that this is not our area of expertise, and I don't think that you can capture that in a short class or something that we would think would be acceptable to teach in such a short, confined time frame. And then again, it's resources. What resources do we have? Sending these officers away, having them go up and look at these animals, doing an investigation. Again, we have people that we call. So I think that we can capture what the goal is to get it from time of call to time of prosecution, if it gets to that, and the safety of the animals in between. That's where it needs to be focused on, not a bill that requires me to go out and do an investigation.
Thank you. Representative Potenza, and then Representative Howard.
So I kind of have a follow-up to Representative Aaron. Would you believe that having some training in a subject matter, one law enforcement officer, is better than having no training?
Absolutely. I think training's key. And again, we get the basics at the academy, and then it's up to the leadership of the organization whether they want to send officers, deputies to additional advanced trainings.
Follow up.
So the bill is specific that it's requiring one sheriff in one county, and to have that level of training, which might just be basic, and it's assisting an investigation, not you guys taking over the investigation. And the specifics of that training, which I think you have concerns on that, would be defined by rules. So you don't have to define them necessarily. You can in the legislation, but would that make a difference?
Well, I think if you're trying to create legislation that requires a training, that you have to be defined of what training it is that you're actually looking for. And then we can start honing it in to say, and then what is the participative member portion of this? And again, I'm here because I'm not concerned about the training. The Sheriff's Association is not concerned about training because we've all received the training. Every certified law enforcement officer, and all of us go to the same academy. State police, sheriff's office, local police, city, town, conservation. We all go to the same police academy. We sit in the same room and we go through the same curriculum. So we get this training already. That's part of your certification process. It's the ongoing continued education that is open to conversation whether or not we want to require additional training beyond that. And then this bill here is, of course, saying that the additional training would have to be there. So it would be in more advanced training. Well, what advanced training do we want to make that be? We have to define what it is that we're trying to ascertain for a goal here. And then the idea of having that single person in a county available to assist, who is able to respond and assist the local agencies. That's the other sticking point here is now you're requiring me to, who's able to respond and assist. It doesn't say who may go out and help, to what level of assistance it is. And this is where we run into our problems. Again, I agree that we want to get these cases investigated. We want to get the call, get the animals safe, get them to the investigatory portion to where we can get people into court or educated, depending on what it is, and then come to the absolute resolve. That's exactly what we want. But this bill right here requires a certain group to do it. And in that if we have to be participative members in it, we'd rather send our person as a resource and be able to not have to take over the case and not have to, because again, it's too ambiguous for us to make that determination based on this. And we know when legislation comes into place, it's very easy for anybody to say, no, that's we asked for your assistance and what we're asking for is you to take the case. Okay. And this is where the problems start coming in. And then the end result is that the animals lose. And that's not what we want. So that is not the goal.
Representative Howard, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assuming that continuing training results in greater skills and maybe even specialization, as this one hopefully would be designed to do, do you think that having additional skills somehow disallows prioritization of the assignment of your assets or your resources in your office? Do you understand my question? So,
no, could you repeat that, please?
So just to put it really simply, just because you have the specialization in-house, does it mean that overrides other specializations and resources at hand to the point where you feel like it binds you?
Yeah, so we have different specialties. I'd love to be able to assign somebody to be, an animal cruelty expert. I'd love to be able to utilize that as a resource, but I don't have that. I have 9 full-time employees that work for me, and out of those 9, they're working. They work the same shift, and they're out working right now, and they're doing their statutory duties now. If we were to be asked by a local organization within our county to come down and assist with an investigation, again, to what degree, at what point do I have the ability to say, I'll send them down to assist to direct traffic, but that's it? Or are we talking about, we're assuming the entire case? Too ambiguous language. I tell you, at some point, somebody will say, well, it says to assist, and the assistance I was asking for was for you to assume this investigation. And now I've tied up my resources for that investigation. And they may even have somebody trained in it. Well, everybody gets trained in their organization because we all have the same certification. So it's whether or not we've gone above and beyond the training to a different level.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Sure.
So it sounds to me as if you believe that this limits your choices about how you assign your employees.
Well, as written, I believe that it makes it a requirement that we assist. And if you're asking for county to be involved as the person who is able to respond and assist, the question that I have is, at what point can I then go forward and say, I don't have a resource, call state? And then is state going to turn around and say, no, call county? And then I'm going to say, this isn't really our area. And like, how does this work? What's the remedy here? And I think that this is problematic as it relates to that. So again, we as sheriff's office, we have well-defined areas in which we operate in. And this only convolutes it even more. And now you're entertaining more, or it's intertwining more organizations where it doesn't need to be. We already have the ability. If I need help from state police, I give them a call. They either say, yes, we have resources or not. It's no different than a local municipality calling me and saying, we need a resource. Are you available? Yes, we are, or no, we're not. It's, I think that in this legislation here, in this bill, if passed, it would kind of require us to do it.
Okay, I'm going to call on Representative Bixby, then Representative King, and then Representative Potenza. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Freeman, you're first, then Bixby, then King, then
Thank you,
Potenza.
Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I know I'm sitting low and I'm sitting over on the side,
Yeah.
so should I jump up and
Sure.
down?
No,
or
no,
I
no,
can
no.
do that?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Sheriff Wright, for being here. I have a two-part question, Madam, if you'll indulge me, and I'll make it as quick as possible. First off, Sheriff Wright, what is the normal procedure right now if somebody calls with the suspected case of animal cruelty? And you can give it to me in like a thumbnail sketch.
Sure. Ultimately, they would call into whatever dispatch facility that local police department has, and the local police department would dispatch, or our dispatch would actually, like in Belknap County, our dispatch would then dispatch out that officer to go out and handle the call.
Okay, and this is the second part, Madam Chair, thank you. So that would make that officer who responded to the call the investigating officer, is that correct?
Yes, they would be the primary responding officer.
Okay, did you know that there's a law on the books right now that says the investigating officer must be accompanied by a veterinarian if they decide to take livestock or any other animals from that household or establishment?
No, I was not aware of that.
Well, I'd like to say,
But
I appreciate the New Hampshire Farm Bureau Federation, their letter, because they actually pointed out that statute to me, that there is a law on the books that says that any investigating officer must have and must be accompanied by a local veterinarian or a state veterinarian in order to take the animal from the premises.
So again, in Belknap County, we don't do rural patrol for local towns. So I don't have any towns that I contract with or that were their primary responders. So we're a support service, and that's we support them the best we can. So I'm not familiar with that information in that law, because we're not the ones that are predominantly getting the phone calls for that. And again, we do get calls, and we do go out to assist. So we do help local departments out.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, this is essentially a follow-up to Representative Freeman's point. I just want to make it be absolutely clear that in terms of the responsibility for the investigation, does that fall directly on the local law enforcement agent in the town or city where the incident is taking place?
As of right now, if they get the call, that is their responsibility, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative King, and then Potenza.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around this bill because what I like to do is try and figure out like an analogy. And I'm just curious if there's anything analogous to this bill in terms of like child abuse. So, if there's a call in, a complaint about child abuse, law enforcement shows up, at the end of the day, all they can do is use their eyes and ears. And, if there's a rug burn, it doesn't look like child abuse. But, if the child is in a really bad condition, you have to use your professional judgment, to say, hey, something needs to be done here. And I'm just curious, do we have mandates like what's in this bill for child abuse, or are we really relying on just common sense here? Because it seems to me like if there's a complaint about child abuse, the officer would use I would hope, good judgment in determining whether or not they think there has been. And then ultimately, it's going to go to doctors, pediatricians, somebody who really understands the issue about what is and isn't child abuse. And then that's, at that point, it's more or less for the courts, to kind of figure out. I don't know. It just seems kind of weird, the idea that law enforcement needs to be, professional in every little possibility with child abuse or animal cruelty or all these different things. So I guess my question is there something equivalent to this for child abuse or not?
Well, I mean, we have mandatory processes when it comes to child abuse or suspected child abuse. So, and again, we reach out to other resources. So it's not always the sheriff's office or local PD that has to deal with that stuff. That's kind of what I'm getting at with this entire bill, is that we have resources available. I don't know where this derives from. Again, the chiefs of police aren't the ones asking for us to have to do this and all that. So I don't understand the process here, other than I like the idea of more training. Training is great, right? So our people training, that's fine. It's the mandates that we have the problem. Again, who's able to respond and assist? That's where we run into our biggest problems here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
So language is so key, and I've learned that a lot in my last term. You keep saying mandate, you keep saying words like must. Nowhere in the bill does it say that. It doesn't say must. It says who is able to assist. There's no mandate, no taking over an investigation or anything like that. So where you can't read into a bill that doesn't say that. It says able. There's no must. There's no mandate.
So I believe that this bill was initially designed to fix a problem, in that obviously there's some form of a problem. And I can tell you that this bill, and the way it's written, it's going to come across as, no, we're asking you for assistance, and it says who's able to respond and assist local law enforcement. We want to pass this on to you. And the perception is going to be that we're going to have to take this over, or that it's going to create this thing that we don't come to resolve. So I can tell you there's a problem with this, and it's going to end up in that. So I'm kind of forewarning you that this is what's going to happen if this bill portion continues to be what we believe to be a mandate.
Okay.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, quick follow-up. We're running late, and I want to just move along here.
With all due respect, law doesn't work that way. Perception doesn't matter. It's exactly what is written, and that's how it will be. So that's where you push back. If it turned into something that
Is
you
there a question,
yes,
Representative Potenza?
so wouldn't that, so you follow the law, so I don't understand how you're going to read into something, because you wouldn't want that. That's your expertise in fighting back. So wouldn't that make a difference in this?
No, I think that the law needs to be really defined as saying if of what exactly the expectations are and what the end result is going to be. I think this is way too ambiguous, and I believe that it does create this question, and I don't think we're going to, the intent of this, it would be nice to have what the intended portion of this is actually spelled out and puts it out to where we need it to be. So there isn't any questions about it.
Okay. Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Your perspective is very important. Regarding the language, now it does, as written right now, it says any potential investigation, and I take that you're assuming that could be a situation where this whole investigation could be pushed onto the Sheriff's Department. If that language said helping with the initial investigation, would that clarify the fact that you're just there to give your quick opinion as to what's going on here, but the responsibility of the subsequent investigation remains with the agency that you're assisting?
More clarifying language is always better for us, so we know who the one is going to be, the one that's going to be the ultimate responsibility of this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony this morning. And again, I'm sorry we are running a little late. I know we had another bill scheduled at 10:30, so we'll hopefully we can get through this quickly. Matt Amatucci, I believe it is, Amatucci. Is that the spelling. And you asked for 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, representatives. I'm here with the state police, and we are neutral to this bill. I have a few comments, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. So Police Standards and Training currently provides training during the Police Academy on approximately 45 different investigative tasks that include investigative complaints of animal abuse or neglect and use available resources to resolve instances of animal cruelty. The state police is always willing to assist local and county law enforcement agencies with complex investigations that require additional resources. I'm unaware of any additional training that is currently offered by PSTC. I'm sure Director Skipper can clarify that. Criminal investigations involving animal cruelty are conducted like any other criminal investigation. And to answer Representative King's question earlier, there are 3 trainings that are required through Police Standards and Training. It's a 2-hour block on implicit bias, 2-hour block on ethics, and 2 hours on de-escalation. And then in addition to that is an additional 18 hours of in-service training, but it isn't specified. I am unaware of any other specific crime that requires training that is specific to that. So for child abuse or human trafficking or any other crimes against persons, crimes against property, I'm unaware of any specific training that's required for those particular crimes.
Okay.
I'm also unsure if it's necessary to require a trooper from every county to have additional training regarding animal cruelty specifically. Again, we have investigators throughout the state. We receive training in investigations in general, but specifically, we may send investigators to different trainings, but nothing specific to animal cruelty.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
If we chose to amend this bill, would you be willing to, would you or someone from your department be willing to help assist with the process to make sure that it's consistent with the state police's practices and abilities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have a state police station in every county?
Not in every county. We have troop stations throughout the state, but some of those troop stations are 2 counties.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Just quickly, what is the numbers currently right now that are state troopers? How many are employed, and are you guys at full capacity? And if you are at full capacity, what would that number be?
Thank you for the question. When we are at full capacity, we have 362 sworn troopers. Currently, we have 62 vacancies, which is about 17% of our force. So to mandate 1 trooper per county could potentially be problematic. If that trooper is on vacation, we would be pulling troopers from other counties or other areas. Major crime is a good example. They're housed out of Concord. They're spread out throughout the state. We pull resources wherever we need to, regardless of what the case is. If there's a case and there's a local agency that requires assistance or is asking for assistance, we'll provide whatever resources we have. With the larger, more complex cases, we pull resources from all over the state. So I don't know that it's necessary to have 1 trooper designated per county when they may be stationed in a different county than where they reside. We also have transfers, troopers move within the state. So if that answers your question.
Quick follow-up. Yep.
Sorry, I know I'm delaying time. Just quickly, just like in the legislature, we just, we get to pick what committees that we're on. Do you feel as if, based upon state troopers that might have an interest, that there would be one out of a county that would be interested in maybe taking this extra course? And because it's not, in a sense, a mandate, it would be one, and it would be based upon someone that's able. So if they were on vacation, that's okay, because there is a basic training that you're already getting, that this is offered, to basically 10 state troopers, that there would be an interest. Somebody might want to take that little extra bit to be the point person for the county. Don't you think there would be interest in that, just like we have interest in certain committees here?
Thank you for the question. I'm sure there would be interest. 10 is a big number. 10 is a big number. We require a lot of our troopers. They get pulled in a lot of different directions. Right now, you see the state of the state, if you will, in our highways and the high speeds, and we're trying to combat that. And it seems like we're constantly pulling troopers to go do additional tasks, whether that's becoming a drug recognition expert or accident reconstruction, or there's a whole litany of additional responsibilities. We're not opposed to this bill. It's just requiring one in every county could become problematic. And I agree that 8 hours of training, you don't become a subject matter expert. It's a little bit of training. Training is good. We're all for training our personnel. But I think if you were to have an 8-hour class, you may get more than 10 or 20 in the entire state. Some of them may be local officers who have jurisdiction in these cases. That's who should be going to these trainings as well. But to mandate one trooper in every county, I don't know if that solves the problem, if there is a problem at hand.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I will call Lucy Brown, representing yourself and speaking for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lucy Brown. I'm the second VP for the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, Vice President for Belknap County, and a Young Farmer Board member. My husband and I are first-generation farmers raising sheep and beef cattle. In our small town of New Hampton, we have all manners of livestock owners, from a thriving raw dairy farm to hobbyists with pet goats and equestrians. Our town is lucky enough that our chief of police has some background in livestock, as his family raises a beef steer and pigs on occasion. So when he has been called out to assess animal cruelty complaints, he has some knowledge that he can rely on. For example, is that cow starving, or is it a dairy cow that's in good condition and lactating? Or is that horse starving and neglected in a dirt lot with no grass? Or is it on a very strict diet because of Cushing's or founder disease? While there are well-meaning citizens, there's a lot of misinformation, and we as a state should be protecting our agriculturalists. By extending training for law enforcement officers to have some background on the humane treatment of livestock, we can effectively protect our livestock and their owners from forced surrenders and scare tactics that humane societies use to bully owners into relinquishing well-cared-for animals. It's my hope that you all take into consideration our collective experiences and thoughts on the matter, so that our small farms can continue to thrive in our state.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I have a question. In your experience, either within Farm Bureau or just as living in a rural community, do you feel that law enforcement in general, be it sheriff's office, state police, local law enforcement, and I know that there are some small towns, some small rural towns that don't even have a police force, so they maybe rely on state troopers and so forth. Do you feel that in general, that law enforcement has an adequate background in what animal cruelty looks like?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Our chief, although he has some background in livestock, there have been a couple occasions where concerned citizens have called in abuse, thoughts of abuse, and he's actually referred to myself and other farmers with good standing in the community to come and check and see if it's something that needed to be further investigated or that we can just let it lie.
So do you think having some extra education would help law enforcement, especially in preparing whatever reports they have to prepare.
Personally, I believe that yes, if they had additional training, but if they also had resources of somebody that they could call to investigate, if they just call a regular vet that specializes in guinea pigs and cats, that vet is not going to be adequate at assessing whether that pig or that cow is in a safe condition.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
I will call Stacy Ober from the American Kennel Club, who has asked for 3 minutes. And I believe you've already passed out testimony to us. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Aaron. Members of the committee, my name is Stacy Ober. I am the New England Manager of Government Relations for the American Kennel Club, which is a 140-year-old nonprofit widely recognized for expertise in canine health, breeding, and training. And we represent more than 5,000 dog clubs across the country, with 13 here in New Hampshire. I did submit written testimony, so I thought I would focus on some of the testimony that you've heard this morning that I might offer some additional comment on. You know, my experience in covering the 6 New England states has been that, you know, everyone believes animals deserve life in a safe, caring, and healthy environment, and that enforcing our animal cruelty laws is very important, which is why AKC supports House Bill 153. Because we see it as providing some uniform training that's specific to animal husbandry practices and animal welfare, which, from my observation, is very much a team approach, which is why I wanted to turn to the bill and just note that as I read, for instance, line 6, and who is able to respond to and assist local law enforcement agencies in that county with any potential investigation, I kind of interpreted assist more as a consultation role. I also wanted to flag that AKC has a Humane Fund, which is a small grant that we offer to domestic violence shelters. And it's specifically to afford them some money to allow kennel space, to allow a victim of domestic violence, for instance, to bring the family pet. And the reason I raise this is that I'm seeing more and more states actually acknowledge the relationship between animal cruelty and domestic violence. And so to have law enforcement available with some expertise and training around what animal cruelty looks like. These are typical criminal offenses or calls that I think law enforcement might get for either domestic violence or even for drug crimes. That's another setting where, in fact, you will typically see animal cruelty take place. And so my read on the bill was really to have law enforcement as a identifier where there is animal cruelty, and to then make contact and consultation with those who are responsible in that jurisdiction to engage in the investigation. Last, we know that humane officers do in fact need training. They need an understanding of the Fourth Amendment so that investigations and evidence collection is done in a legal manner. And there has been in New England states that have adopted required training for humane officers that, for instance, in Vermont is defined as also including law enforcement. There's required training there. Massachusetts, for instance, under the state police, has specific statutory language that has a special unit where those state police officers are very knowledgeable and conduct all of the animal cruelty investigations in the state. So I wanted to give you just those 2 examples and acknowledge our support for a systematic, uniform approach to investigating animal cruelty in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative King.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for coming here today. You brought up one of the questions that I've been thinking about in my head, and that is, you know, when it comes to certain things, law enforcement has like special police. You know, we've got like the ATF or gambling, or, you know, we've got certain sort of, you know, regulatory police that like they're just specialists. That's all they do. Do you think that would be and then you also mentioned that other states have things like that for animal cruelty. Do you think that would be a better method to go about instead of having, you know, just the local state police or local county sheriff do that? Why not just have some actual like specialists that is like all they do is animal cruelty. And then, yeah, they might not be in every county, but maybe they're based in Concord. And then when there's a call, they can drive to the nether regions of the state to get there. I mean, would that be a better method, do you think?
I think that's why some states have chosen to do it, that had the resources to do it that way, because prosecuting an animal cruelty case is not an easy thing to do. You have to provide the appropriate evidence. It has to be timely evidence. If any part of the search warrant was conducted in an illegal way, that evidence gets thrown out. So there is some, I think, benefit from having individuals who are consistent, and have the training and are consistently facing these cases and know how to deal with them. So,
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony this morning. I'm going to call Kurt Ehrenberg from Humane Society, United States. Asked for 2 minutes to speak.
Turned it off. Hi, I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the New Hampshire director for the Humane Society of the United States. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I, along with the sponsor of this bill, serve on the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals. The commission has had, and I speak for myself here, not the commission, but the commission has had discussions over a couple of years, the need for almost a guaranteed, for lack of a better term right now, response to an animal cruelty call. And my concern as representing the animals in New Hampshire is that if an animal is the victim of cruelty and a call is made to that local police department, that someone in law enforcement with knowledge of how to deal with that case in response, not necessarily further down the road, an investigation, et cetera, that would be great. All this talk about a special unit, we'd be all for that. But currently, there are animals in the state that suffer cruelty without any means for their ability to be alleviated of that suffering by law enforcement. So we're for this bill. It's certainly imperfect and needs amendment, but the overall immediate need for the animals in the state is, whether they're on a farm or in a home, someone to respond immediately who can assess the situation and take action. And I think that needs to be said here today. And I think that's the direction this committee needs to go in to protect the animals. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You said the bill, you're supportive of this bill, but you mentioned it needs some amendments. Can you clarify a little bit what sort of modification you think would make this bill even stronger?
Well, my understanding is you can amend the bill to start all over. But I mean, my comments speak for themselves. I believe certainly investigations are very important, but listening to the objections of law enforcement on this, it seems like we could do something immediately that would take care of the response situation and not, and that would be my first concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Our last pink card is from John Sipa, and you have requested 5 minutes. I hope you can make it less, because we are running very late.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. My name is John Skippa. I am the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. I've been a police officer in the state of New Hampshire for about 40 years now. And I can tell you that during the course of my career, while these types of cases, animal cruelty cases, I did have a couple of few, but the number of them are not a lot, right? I was also fortunate enough to be the chief of the Stratham Police Department, and so the New Hampshire SPCA was literally right down the street from our station. So we would rely on them a lot for these types of investigations. While sitting here listening to the other folks that were providing testimony, I checked that I was in favor of this, but really I'm kind of neutral and I'm here to just offer some information. My first observation is that this bill really cuts across two different issues. The first one is operational, and you heard the sheriff and you heard the captain from the state police talk about some of the concerns they have about the operationalness of the way this bill is written. And I'm not really here to discuss that other than to say that I do agree with both the sheriff and the captain that there would be some operational ambiguity there that probably needs to be cleaned up. I think more importantly, I'm here to talk about the training. I can tell you that listening to Representative Barbour relative to recognizing that these are complex cases that need both training for investigative purposes and for prosecutorial purposes as well. Representative King, you were spot on. An operational way to address this, in my opinion, would be to create a statewide task force. We have task force operations for a bunch of other different topic areas, investigative areas, to include crash investigation, drug investigations, gun investigations. And so there clearly is a way to put this into operational, put it into operations by way of a task force. That task force comes under agriculture. I don't know. Does it come under state police or Department of Safety? I don't know. But I think that would be the way to do that. I think also the way this bill is written is that it's cutting out about 3,000 cops and I apologize, I cannot see your name placard, but the representative spoke to some folks that are in law enforcement that would have an interest in this particular topic. And I can tell you, teaching at the police academy, we see people from all walks of life come to be police officers, and many of them are gentlemen farmers, quite frankly, lady farmers that come in and they have an extensive amount of background with regard to dealing with farm animals. Again, very specific and very different than dealing with a household pet, a dog or a cat, right? The way the bill is written, it's really just kind of, we want the sheriffs to receive the training and we want the state police to receive the training, but it might behoove this committee to look at making this available to anybody that's in law enforcement that has an interest, and then creating a task force to do that. The real reason I'm here is to speak to the development of the training, and the bill suggests that the training will be provided by New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. In the short time that I've been the director, I've been asked to do a bunch of extra things that we didn't do before I was appointed. And I was always ready to say, yes, we can do this, but I never asked for money. And I learned that we can do these things, but it does cost money. We certainly can rely on different partners within the state of New Hampshire to, number one, identify what the problem is right now. Why is this bill in front of all of you? What are we trying to solve? So we need to figure out exactly what we're trying to solve. Work with subject matter experts to identify those learning goals and objectives, and then work with the subject matter experts to build out a block of instruction to address the shortfalls that we're seeing right now. That may cost money, and I would need some money to be provided in order for us to make sure that we can cover any costs that are incurred. We would stand ready to work with subject matter experts to put this training together and to deliver it. But to that end, this clearly is something that has caused some issues that need to be addressed. We stand ready at Police Standards and Training to do what we can to provide that training to New Hampshire law enforcement to make sure that we're taking care of these animals that are being abused. And I stand ready for any questions that this committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Skipper. I have a question so far as your present training for law enforcement. To what extent does it include how to identify issues of animal cruelty, how to report it, anything in specific having to do with the animal cruelty statutes and enforcing those statutes?
Thank you for that question, madam. It is a very cursory 2-hour block of instruction that is given to every police recruit that goes through the police academy. Here in New Hampshire, we're fortunate that every police officer and the sheriff and the captain both spoke to it. We have a single police academy. Every single cop in the state of New Hampshire receives the exact same training. To that end, it's a 2-hour block. It is very cursory. It does speak to the law that Representative Freeman had brought up relative to police officers having to bring a vet for a farm animal. But it really just kind of broaches a topic, and then it points those new police officers to resources that they can call. It does not really dive into the nitty-gritty of conducting an animal cruelty investigation.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I think that we've covered a lot of the territory and I think that your testimony is really good in terms of pointing to where we need to head with this. I think it definitely needs an amendment, and I was wondering if you'd be available to help us work on that amendment so that we get what it needs to for you to be able to put a training course together.
Thank you, sir, and certainly we stand ready to assist in any way that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Thank you for taking my question. I was just going to ask the same thing in regards with the amendment piece, but my other question would be in regards when you said having it open to law enforcement, would you also want maybe those numbers decreased from the state trooper that was talking, saying, 10 might be too much, especially where they're at capacity and or not at full capacity of numbers, like bringing that down. If we were going to have specifics in there from 10 to 5, those types of things, if we wanted to get specific in there, besides just opening it up to full law enforcement, would you be amenable to those types of changes?
Thank you, madam, for the question. I think from an operational point of view, I would rely on my partners. I would rely on the chief. I would rely on, I checked that, the sheriff, rely on the captain and New Hampshire chiefs to really weigh in on that. I think something that's global that needs to be also considered is that there is vacancy rates that the captain spoke to, but those vacancy rates are anecdotally across the state right now. And so what we find is that when agencies are understaffed, it's more difficult for those agencies to send their people to training. I anticipate, just based on the notion that these cases are like drug cases. They're pretty in depth. You really have to know what you're talking about, and you have to have a lot of subject matter experts kind of taking part in these things. I don't anticipate that this training would be less than a week long, quite frankly, to deal with all of the farm animals that could be involved with this and domestic animals as well. So I would certainly defer to my partners with regard to whether there should be any numbers in here or whether it should speak more to the notion of creating a statewide task force that's managed by, and then fill in the blank, that could, and then we could get police officers, troopers, deputy sheriffs that are interested in this topic area and have a lot of subject matter expert. They're gonna come to this, right? If you build it, they will come. And I do think that it opens the pool of candidates if you just kind of, instead of identifying sheriffs and state police, really kind of open it up. And I think that might be an alternative consideration to what's in front of us today.
Okay. Would you consider perhaps, rather than a 2-hour cursory instruction that's given to all law enforcement, that be expanded to be a little bit more in depth, so that all law enforcement has adequate training in how to identify, how to report, how to do whatever they need to do within the law enforcement capacity in animal cruelty cases?
Thank you for that question, madam. Presently, the New Hampshire Police Academy is 16 weeks in length. We've engaged the services of an outside vendor to conduct a job task analysis for police officers first year to fifth year with regard to those things that they really need to know when they exit the academy. That survey and data gathering is happening as we speak. We anticipate that the length of the academy will probably need to be expanded. We are a little bit under the national average in terms of time spent at the police academy. And I can tell you, for a topic that is as important as this one, there are about 120 other topics that are equally important that those police officers have to receive training on. And we are fighting, these different entities are fighting for an hour here and there. And so we really have to rely on the data that's going to be collected through the job task analysis for us to really dial down and look at how we provide value to the recruit as they go through the academy and make sure that we're touching on all of those things they need to know. Am I opposed to expanding that training? No, not at all. And that would be notwithstanding the fact that we may need to expand training in other areas as well.
So does law enforcement already engage in, say, like continuing education, where they have to get, certain hours of training to refresh, whatever? What about adding a course in continuing education for animal cruelty issues?
Thank you for that question, Madam. The captain spoke to the annual in-service training requirements that we have now. Presently, we have 24 hours of in-service training that is required every year, plus an extra 4 hours of use of force training. Of those 24 hours of continuing education that's required annually for the police officer to maintain their certification, they are required to complete what we call the 3 2s. The 3 2s are ethics, de-escalation, and cultural sensitivity, bias training, and procedural justice. Each one of those blocks of instruction is 2 hours in length. And then we also have 1 hour that is required for every police officer to take regarding post-traumatic stress syndrome. And so the remaining hours can be any hour that the chief executive law enforcement officer sees fit for their agency. I'll give you an example. I was a police officer in Rye. We would enforce a fair number of fish and game laws because we were right on the beach. People were taking lobsters by hand. And so training in that area might serve that community, right? Maybe a different community might want to center their training on something different. That could be considered mandatory training. Certainly would have to be captured by either statute or through administrative rule. There again, to the captain's point, there's so many different topics that police officers have to stay on top of throughout their career. That are we going to see required training on just a whole number of topics that will come out? I don't know, but certainly that could be considered a venue to do it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Skipper, for taking my question. These are great ideas, but to drill down on what you said in your testimony about the monies, your testimony is that the monies don't exist right now for the trainings, and you would have to get that money allocated to you by the Finance Committee.
Thank you for the question, Representative Wheeler, and that is correct. I just want to make sure that financially, if this were to pass, that financially and operationally, from my point of view, I would be able to engage the services of those subject matter experts. I don't know what, if any, costs might be provided or necessitated to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware of any New Hampshire statewide task force we have now for law enforcement? And is it considered a success, that approach?
Thank you for the question, Representative Scully. Yes, there are a number of task forces that exist in the state. An excellent example is the ICAC task force. Those are police officers that are specially trained in finding, investigating, and prosecuting people who exploit children through internet pornography. They are statewide. They have resources that are specific to their mission. Regional crash investigation units are set up throughout the state. Those can be set up by local agencies in an area, by county. The state police has a number of specialized units, major crime unit, their drug, narcotic investigation unit, the impaired driving unit that does a lot of enforcement in the area of impaired drivers, drunk drivers. So the model of using task forces are not unusual to New Hampshire law enforcement. We are very lucky in this state that agencies work collaboratively throughout the state. And I see that as a way that maybe you could make this operational.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
And I'd like the blue sheet. There's a blue sheet up on the desk up there that has all the folks who signed in support and in opposition for this bill in this hearing. Yeah, okay. Would anybody else like to speak on this bill before I close the hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to, so that we had one person sign in favor of this bill. I'm going to hand this to the clerk. And online, we had 10 people in support and one person in opposition for HB 153. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 153, and I appreciate everybody's time and attention. And my sincere apologies for all of you folks who are waiting for HB 215, requiring a landfill permit. We are going to open that hearing now for HB 215, requiring a landfill permit applicant to submit a report listing potential harms and benefits of the project. I will have the sponsor of the bill introduce the bill to the committee, and then we will take a few folks. We'll go till noon, and then I will recess until later today. So we'll see whatever we can get through between now and then. And I will hand it over now to Representative Germana to introduce our bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable colleagues. For the record, my name is Nick Germana. I represent Cheshire District 15. That's Chesterfield, Hinsdale, Keene, Wards 1, 3 through 5, Surrey, Walpole, and Westmoreland. I have circulated a copy of my written testimony, which I amended. I appreciate the chair sending out a copy of it yesterday. I made some brief changes, and so I recirculated that. Under current statute, public benefit is defined in very narrow terms. Does the proposed solid waste facility contribute to the state's solid waste management goals, and does it meet a need for capacity in the state? What current statute does not do, and what HB 215 seeks to do, is cast our decision-making in terms of net public benefit. None of us in our personal lives makes important decisions by drawing up a one-sided list of pros. We do not consider the possible benefits of buying an expensive luxury vehicle. Instead, we divide the ledger into two columns. We weigh the possible benefits against the potential harms or disadvantages. We weigh the pros and cons. Why on earth would we not do the same thing when we are considering whether or not to site a landfill that will impact a community for generations? HB 215 does three things. First, it requires applicants for permits to operate solid waste facilities to hire an independent third party to conduct an assessment of the potential benefits and potential harms associated with operating a facility in a particular location. Second, it states explicitly that an applicant cannot combine multiple projects as they make their case for potential benefits. For example, one could not use the possibility of opening a recycling center in location B to support the case for the potential benefits of a landfill in location A. The project A location needs to be evaluated on its own merit. And third, HB 215 would more precisely define the term capacity need in statute. To say that there is a need, an applicant must demonstrate that there will be a projected capacity shortfall in the state for at least half the permitted period of the facility. I will concentrate my comments on the first of these three changes, but I am, of course, happy to take questions on the other two. Since the late 1960s, the National Environmental Policy Act has required environmental impact statements as part of the process of reviewing major government projects such as highways. Each project proposed must include an environmental impact statement that addresses in detail the social, economic, and environmental conditions in a proposed location and the potential harms that might be incurred. As the American Bar Association explains, these statements are, quote, meant to be a comprehensive decision-making tool for federal, state, and local policymakers and to inform the public about proposed projects that could affect the environment, end quote. In addition to potential impacts on the environment, for example, protected waterways, local animal habitat, etc., an environmental impact statement must also address, quote, social and economical impacts to local communities, including housing stock, business, property values, and consideration of aesthetics and noise expected, end quote. 16 states have environmental protection acts that require similar environmental impact statements. I want to be clear to the committee, HB 215 does not propose that New Hampshire pass a similar environmental statute. I use these examples of these federal and state statutes to show that the methodologies have long existed to do the work that is required in this bill. New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services does not have to reinvent the wheel. They have more than 5 decades of state and federal practice to draw on as they draft the rules and determine the appropriate methodology for carrying out net public benefit analysis. I would like to give one very specific example from DES's own work recently presented to this committee. The state's chief aquatic biologist told the committee that the presence of invasive aquatic species in New Hampshire lakes can lower property values in the area by about 10 to 13%. This is one very specific data point that is a perfect example of the kind of information that DES can use in its consideration of net benefit. Some of the potential harms listed in HB 215 are easily quantified in terms of potential economic impact, like property values and increased wear on roads. Others are clearly tangible and easy to identify, even if they are harder to place a precise dollar value on, such as impact on recreation, tourism, and wildlife. All, however, are vital to the quality of life in our communities, and all have been part of the equation for determining environmental impact at the state and federal levels for decades. It is important to point out that this is not just about DES. Above, I cited the American Bar Association's statement that environmental impact statements serve as a tool both to influence policymaking processes and to inform the public. When a company applies for a permit to operate a solid waste facility, they have the financial resources to hire consultants to produce reports that make their case in the best possible light. Potential host communities rarely have comparable resources to investigate the potential harms that their residents may have to live with literally for generations. The kind of assessment required in this bill would become part of the public record and give our constituents all the information to which they are entitled about projects that are so consequential for their communities. The committee may hear testimony at some point that this bill is somehow unfair to business. Let's be clear. One of the major players in the solid waste industry in New Hampshire has a net worth of more than $7 billion as of just a few days ago, and another has a net worth of more than $85 billion. Casella Waste Systems paid the state of Maine $35 million for the right to operate a state-owned facility at Juniper Ridge in that state. These companies are asking for the right to operate extraordinarily lucrative businesses in our communities. the added cost of maybe $50,000 to assure the state and potential host communities that they can provide a genuine public benefit while making enormous profits is not too much to ask. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative Germana. We have questions from the committee, Representative Minor and then Representative Howard. Please come sit down.
Thank you, Madam, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Am I clear when I say that as of now, there's no impact statement that's needed to be filed by these trash companies?
Thank you for the question. Right now, the question about what constitutes benefit is based on what I pointed out in my testimony. A couple of things. Does it help the state meet its solid waste needs, and does it meet a capacity need? So that's the question about benefit. They certainly do have to, there are air quality permits, there are water quality permits, there are all kinds of siting requirements that do have to be addressed. What this bill specifically addresses is how we define a benefit. And right now, the way we define benefit in statute does not require the applicant to demonstrate that in a balance between potential harms and potential benefits, that one outweighs the other.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a risk of inherent in having the organization that is wanting to making the application also make the report of the benefits and costs?
Thank you, Representative Howard. Yes, and this bill gets at that by requiring that it be a third party that is contracted to do this work. We certainly, I would have a concern and would never propose a bill that would say that we would ask the applicant to provide that themselves, but this would require an independent third party to do that work. And DES is very familiar with the landscape of consultants in this area and would be able to verify that it is a legitimate independent third party.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. Our current governor has recently signaled a willingness to put the kibosh on a new landfill up north. Do you see there being any executive action possibly taken that could make your bill moot in any way?
Thank you for your question, Representative. First of all, I want to applaud the governor for her statement.
Please,
Okay.
I would say that we should not be discussing any particular project. I would rather keep our comments regarding any particular project, any landfill project being considered in the state. So please, let's not discuss any specific projects in the works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My answer remains the same in the sense that no, I don't believe executive actions in any case would have an impact on what I'm asking to do here. This is not about any one project. This is saying that when we are citing landfills, our current process is inadequate. So whether we're citing one within the next 5 or 10 years, or we're citing one 20 or 30 years from now, this is a process that needs to be redefined.
I have a question insofar as, would you consider then, rather than the applicant requesting or submitting some cost-benefit analysis or benefit analysis, that it would be our agency, DES, that would contract a third party, an independent bunch of eyes, to take a look at a particular project and come up with that cost-benefit analysis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's an excellent question. If there were an amendment that, made the applicant financially responsible still for paying for that study, I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, was there one? I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Representative Scully, pardon me.
I'll put it a little farther this way. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I assume that if this law is passed, it's going to require a whole set of new rules to be created for DES for evaluating these projects.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, that is true. If this passes, DES will have to adjust the rules. They'll have to come up with new rules governing exactly how this process would work. And the bill is designed not to micromanage, to dictate processes or methodologies, but to allow DES to use their judgment. And yes, sir, they would do that through writing rules.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Just a quick question, clarifying, are you familiar with, there was a 2023 state Supreme Court decision that basically said that our statute on this is vague and it needed to be made more sensible? And with that, is this part of the reason why this bill has been put in?
Is that with reference to defining need?
Correct.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Yes, that's important. And that part of this bill is in response to a Supreme Court decision, which said DES has within our statutes currently significant latitude to define need, right? So if we say that we have a capacity need, well, who's to say what need is? And yes, and this bill is meant to, as far as I'm concerned, put the legislature in a position that we should be in clarifying statute rather than having it so loosely defined. And to say, which I believe is reasonable, that need should mean that there is capacity need for at least half of the lifetime of a permitted facility.
Yep. Representative Gruber. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, need, you just discussed about for half of the period that they would be permitted. That's assuming the need is for the state of New Hampshire, not neighboring states. Is that clear? Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Representative. Exactly. I'm glad that you asked that question. Statute requires need to be calculated right now based on New Hampshire solid waste needs, not the region. And as we've talked about a lot, we have become a magnet for trash from around the region because our regulations are well behind those states around us. So yes, I'm glad you clarified that. Statute requires that need be based upon New Hampshire solid waste needs.
Thank you. Follow up.
And right now, what is the capacity from other states that we're taking in, meeting their need currently, do you know?
Currently, and it varies from year to year, I believe, and DES may be able to clarify this, we're in the range of about 45%. We've gone back from year to year between about 45 and 50% of what we landfill coming from out of state.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for introducing this bill. I know how much you enjoy talking trash. That's true. We are coming up on 15 minutes to a hard break for lunch, but I will invite DES Director Michael Wimsatt to come and speak on this bill. You asked for 5 minutes. And then what I will do is recess this hearing until 2:30. No, 1:30, we have another bill scheduled, so I will give that bill an hour. And then we'll have at 2:30, we would continue discussing or hearing testimony on this bill. Okay? Okay.
Good morning. Mike, for the record, Mike Wimsatt, Director of the Waste Management Division. I'm happy to be here to testify relative to House Bill 215. The agency is not taking a position on this bill. We acknowledge that current law doesn't provide a directive for DES to consider all potential harms or benefits that might be associated with siting and operation of a landfill. The department believes that some mechanism for a broader consideration of these potential impacts is worthy of consideration. As Representative Germana indicated in his introduction to the bill, the current law provisions direct DES to make a determination of public benefit when considering a landfill permit application. And those provisions set out the criteria for the department to use when making that determination. The aspects of public benefit relative to determining whether a proposed facility will address a waste disposal capacity need has been the subject, as Representative Germana indicated, of prior appeals and that have gone to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. The court has provided the department with some clear guidance with respect to that, and this bill would significantly alter the criteria for public benefit relative to the capacity need determination. And it could potentially, we think, constrain permitting in a way that may not allow adequate capacity to be permitted. And we believe the current law and the court's guidance provide DES with appropriate latitude to make responsible public benefit determinations with respect to capacity that will achieve the broad statutory goals. So stepping away from that for a moment, over the years, DES has heard expressed from both the regulated community, the folks seeking permits, and community advocates and others, an interest in having a two-step process for considering landfill applications. One where in the initial step or stage, the issue of public benefit would be evaluated and a determination made, and also certainly potentially in the context of this bill, an opportunity to look at broader community impacts, both benefits and harms that might be associated with a proposed facility. There are some states that do that, and we think that is worthy of some consideration. We know that it can be frustrating for all parties to be trying to look at the whole landscape, the siting issues, the public benefit, all the technical criteria, all at once when addressing a proposed and pending landfill application. So it may be that some kind of initial phase where there's a consideration of the public benefit as well as those other broader considerations, and then a decision made so that if it's a no at that point, nobody has to work on it anymore. And if it's a yes at that point, it goes to the normal permitting processes across the department. And we believe that could work in New Hampshire. I've had some discussions with the sponsor about possibly, the need and the value in studying that and trying to determine what that would look like and how that would work. I would note that the department, while we think we are very well equipped to implement the current statutory regimen for permitting, we have the expertise and the resources to do a workmanlike job of that. We don't believe that we're really staffed or have the expertise to look at some of these individually and unilaterally look at some of these broader concerns, such as economic impacts, property values, recreation, transportation issues, outside in the region or in the community. And so that first stage, if there were to be one like that, could be one that was peopled with additional experts who would be able to weigh in on those topics and give a reasonable and fair evaluation of those broader considerations. So with that, that's the nature of where we're at on this right now, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Wimsatt. So we tried the two-step process last time around, and it's my recollection that the department wasn't in favor of it. So you mentioned that, a first step, if it didn't meet the criteria, we wouldn't need to go forward, which was part of our effort last time. So
I understand
I'm
that.
confused.
Right. Well, I think there were aspects of that bill that we were not comfortable with, and I'm talking about a concept and an approach now that I think is worthy of some study. I can't say right now I know what it should exactly look like or what would work, but I think studying it is a worthy endeavor at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza, and then Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on Representative Haskins, that actually was my bill. And in hearing the positive factions of this when DES came out in strong opposition, actually I had a conversation with an employee that was all for it until they
Could
weren't
we
for
stick
it. So
to
I
this
wanna
particular bill?
Yeah, I want to understand how you can testify saying that that's something that you guys would consider when you came out strongly against it. It just seems like we're talking out of both sides of our mouths.
I don't hear a question there, so I'm not going to try to respond to that.
Yeah, no, I don't think that that's an appropriate question. If you can reframe it to, kind of something else pertaining to the bill.
Okay, so try to explain to me how now it's something that you're positive against when you guys came out full force against it before, and now saying it's something that you'd consider study when that wasn't even on the radar at all through multiple hours of research and testimony that I did.
My testimony this morning is informed by a conversation with the bill sponsor, and I stand by the testimony I'm providing this morning.
Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking this question. Do you believe that the proposed enhanced solid waste facility permitting process that this bill proposes, that includes the net public benefit assessment, has some elements or enhances the process so it's close to the mission of a DES as well as, and the second part is the capacity of DES to do this in the future?
As I've testified, the agency believes that it is appropriate to look at broader considerations than are currently provided. We have clear direction on what we can consider and what we should be considering to inform a permit decision right now, and it does not include some of those broader considerations. We believe that those are worthwhile to look at, and as I've testified this morning, we believe there may be a framework for doing so.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understood your testimony correctly, you don't have people on your staff who have the expertise to look at some of these other issues, the economic impact issues or use issues. In order for you to be able to fulfill your mission to evaluate, would you be training your existing people in some of these areas, or do you need to bring in outside subject matter areas, experts?
It's my sense that from the language in this bill and from the broader considerations that are being discussed, that folks who have made it their career and their vocation to evaluate those things are the things that are the folks who should be evaluating it. DES is staffed with engineers and geologists and environmental scientists whose expertise is evaluating design and potential impacts on the environment, groundwater, surface water, soil, that a particular activity might impose. They're not trained and have not made their careers in making those, evaluating transportation impacts or noise or property values. And I think that there are other experts out there that could be involved in the process that would provide that expertise in a way that DES isn't really equipped to do.
Representative Comtois had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. I'm just looking at a portion of the change here. It says the impacts may include, and I'm going to skip over a lot, that you are to include the emissions from transport of solid waste related material and byproducts to and from the proposed facility. Now, that to me is a pretty broad statement. And my question is how would anybody be able to do that study, because we don't know who, because you have, your neighbors going to the facility, you have outside sources driving. How would you handle that? How would that be able to be done? Because you don't know who's coming and going, and you don't know what type of vehicle they're driving, et cetera. I mean, could you just elaborate on that a little bit for me?
Sure. I think that, to the extent a study were required to look at those issues, studies like that, of that ilk, are done a lot. They use assumptions. They use as much information about the proposed activity, in terms of location, what type of waste it's likely to bring in, where that waste is likely to come from. They can make reasonable assumptions to report, and obviously anything that's provided is going to be a professional estimate, but it's going to be an estimate. And so there are ways to do that. What I'm really pointing out is that, and that's an area where, DES has done some work on climate change issues, on transportation impacts on climate change. That may be an area where DES has actually got some expertise to look at that. And some of these other areas like broader transportation issues and traffic and economic impacts that I don't think we're really staffed up with the expertise to address those issues.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question, Representative Wheeler, and then Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you think that, given those concerns and the fact that DES might not be able to incur transportation, traffic, and economic concerns, that other departments in this...
Oh, you gotta speak.
Boop, boop, boop. Does this work, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, speak up.
All right. They cheaped out on the mics. That's not my fault. But do you think that, Director, given the fact that you don't have expertise in your department, according to your testimony on transportation, traffic, economic concerns, that a way to work around that for this legislation would be to put those under the purview of departments in the state government that would have to do with transportation, traffic, economic concerns, others, which would have those expertise? So you wouldn't have to worry about that?
Sure, and it's conceptual what I've described, but I think that, you know, an initial body looking at some of those broader concerns could be peopled with, you know, for example, a person from the Department of Transportation or a person from the Bureau of Business and Economic Affairs or something like that, or outside experts. I mean, I think it would be up that, and I think that's the nature of the conversation I had with Representative Germana was, you know, what would that group look like? How would it be staffed? And what criteria would they need to use to make their decision? This bill lays out the kinds of things that a study will look at, but it really doesn't say anything about how to measure them against one another. And that's where, you know, I think that's where it's difficult for those things, because they're not something you can just put a number on and say it's either above the number or below the number. They're a little bit more subjective than that. But that, I think, is what this bill is asking, is to take a look at those broader concerns, measure them, measure the perceived impacts that are negative against the perceived impacts that are positive, and make a decision about whether, in the language of the bill, a net public benefit results from citing a facility, and presumably that's what a decision hinges on. And that's why I think a study committee is necessary, because it's not easy. It's a very difficult thing. If it's not done well, it's going to probably engender a lot of appeals and a lot of controversy. But if it's done well, you can still have appeals. That's always going to be part of the landscape. But at least you've got some basis, and you've got the right people in the room making a reasoned decision using some guidance that's provided by this body.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Follow up. Let's
Make it quick, I know. But so your testimony is that you support a study committee on figuring out this issue. So amending this legislation to make it a study committee would be your testimony.
That's the nature of the conversation I had with Representative Germana, yes.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Wimsatt. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees. This conversation has detail to it in terms of whether we could pull in other departments that are already in-house, like DOT, to give us some expertise, and the independent party, third-party agent that would write this report would also be doing some of that. I imagine that your department, with environmental science background and hydrogeology, can read that report effectively. Again, the purpose of the bill is to take a look at the other side of the coin that we haven't really examined, that these projects may have far-reaching impact on our communities and on our bodies of water. And I think that's the main point of the bill. I would personally hate to see it go off to a study committee, because I think the time is urgent, and I'd like to see us move forward with this bill. Thank you. I guess that was a statement. It was supposed to be a question.
It was supposed to be a question,
Yes.
yes.
You do understand, I feel certain, that the main point of the bill is to study the harms. This cost-benefit analysis has been going on in departments federally for years, so I feel comfortable. Do you feel comfortable that we could get that expertise to put into this examination by the independent third party?
I'm sure an independent third party could be hired and contracted with to do the analysis. As was indicated by another questioner this morning, there's always going to be a concern that any party hired by the applicant is going to, there will be folks who will question the whether that's their analysis is unbiased or not. So I think that where the import of the decision is going to hinge on who's sitting at the table, evaluating that information, and then making a decision about whether a project moves forward or not. And that's where I think you need to have people who are experts in the areas that you're evaluating.
Okay.
Quick follow-up, if I
Um,
may.
No, we've come to noon, and unless you want to continue through and infringe on our time to have lunch.
No, I don't. I just wanted
I
to
would
say
I would
we'll
ask
be watching.
I would
That's all.
ask if Director Wimsatt may be able to return later today at 2:30, so that we can continue to ask questions.
I will arrange my schedule so I can be here at 2:30.
Okay, thank you. So then what I'm going to call a recess on this bill until 2:30 this afternoon. And we will see you all at 1 o'clock so that we can have our hearing for HB 240. Thank you. still absent. We're going to wait another minute, and then we can proceed. Okay. Is there anyone else from the committee outside? No, you're not. One more. Okay, we'll wait for one more. Okay. So I'm going to call Environment and Agriculture Committee to order. And I am going to open up the hearing for HB 240, removing the penalty of forfeiture for non-payment of dog licenses. And today to present or introduce this bill to this committee is Representative Tom Mannion. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. This is real quick. I want to be clear what this bill doesn't do is it doesn't remove licenses, doesn't remove vaccine proof. It doesn't remove the court fine that may come with not licensing your dog. And then it also doesn't remove anything to do with rabid dogs or nuisance dogs that would also get scooped up. All I wanted to do with this bill was to address a concern from a constituent of mine who was in the middle of deliberations with our town clerk because their dog could not receive a vaccine for health issues. Every time it's very old, and every time it would go get the rabies vaccine, it would be like paralyzed for a day, had a medical condition. So it was trying to work that out. So she's working that out between the vet and the town, and the automated process where like she didn't get it in time. Sent over a letter from the town clerk's office to the Board of Selectmen. And one of the selectmen she had a temper tantrum when she saw that what the RSA says is that they can send police to your house to kidnap your dog over $25 late fee. There's already a financial penalty. They can discharge it to district court if you chose not to pay your penalty to the town. But it's like, so it's like 46614 has this entire component where they can issue a warrant where men with guns can come into your house and take your family member away from you. And then you, if you were already like having trouble paying for that fee before, to get your family member back, you now have to pay for it's maintained by the facility, veterinary fees that the facility may benefit the dog, and these may be paid for by the town. And then you're on the hook for that before they'll even give you your dog back. So the objective of this goal was to alleviate some of the fears of my local constituent. I managed to get all the reps from Pelham and our senator on this bill because this woman was terrified. She did not know that this existed in the law. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for coming today. The situation you were talking about, is that what would happen if they got the vaccine but didn't pay the The $25 fee? Or-
Yeah, they also are supposed to send a warning before that for you're supposed to pay the fee, from what I understand. If I'm interpreting this RSA correctly, they send you a warning that you're supposed to pay an additional $25 late fee. And then anything by, I think it's like comes June 1st to June 20th, it gets the Board of Selectmen or whomever will get a list of people that didn't pay that $25. And then they're going to come spend God knows how much money in like police time to come seize your dog and then house it. And then pay more money there to house the dog. And then if you never pay that fee, the town's on the hook for all that money if you never pay it, and it's over $25.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So you want to get rid of the ability of officers to be able to come and steal your family member. What would be a solution then? Because I could imagine people gaming the system and just never paying that. I mean, should there be a lien on the person's house, or what ideally would be the solution then to get them to
So
pay?
there's already the section 13 mentions, I can read this here. So the forfeiture, it's a, if it's not made to the town clerk within 15 calendar days or notice of forfeiture, the case may be disposed of to district court as a violation with an additional fine of $50. Like this already exists in RSA, so then it's up to the courts. I don't know if we need to add more here. Like this seems to me to be a pretty sufficient. So you're already on the hook here for like $75 bare minimum for not paying your original license fee. I just think personally, this seems egregious that they're going to send armed men into your house to kidnap your dog just because you didn't pay $75, basically.
Thank you.
At maximum.
Representative Freeman. Could you put your mic on, please? Yeah.
I can hear you, but go for it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Manning, for bringing this bill forward. Whether people think it's necessary or not, I do. I was faced with a similar situation with the dog that I had. First off, this does not eliminate rabies vaccines. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. None of that statute this is literally sections 14, 15, 16 that all have to do with like issuing a warrant for the seizure of the animal and how to return it.
And it doesn't eliminate the reporting of rabies
No.
vaccinations,
No.
correct?
None of that is removed.
Do you know, Representative, what happens to the animals that are confiscated if the owner does not have the means to pay for that animal?
Yes, it's written in here. After which time the title of the dog shall pass to the facility unless the owner of the dog has, before the expiration of the period, caused the dog to be licensed. So then it's up to the town. It'll be handed over to the facility.
So, Representative, do you think that means that that particular animal is going to be in a shelter as opposed to being in
Cared
a
for.
home?
Yes.
Thank
And God knows some shelters maybe kill shelters.
I'm not even going to speak to that. 'cause
Right, exactly.
I don't know any in New Hampshire,
Yeah, it's
but
up to the facility owner.
thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and bringing this to our attention. A couple things. Now, we know the importance of rabies vaccines, and I understand that this particular animal had basically an allergic reaction to the rabies vaccine. Did she try and get an exemption from the state veterinarian?
Yeah, that was she was actually going through that. I have like the whole email chain here. It was just there was some kind of like timing issue where like while she was negotiating that, something automated in the town system kicked it over to the Board of Selectmen with her name on it, and they're friends. Like the Board of Selectmen is friends with this individual, so the Board of Selectmen lost her mind, saying that seeing holy crap, they're gonna go like seize this person's dog that's a friend of mine. I don't know what the end result of this is, but it was like an elderly dog. It's like 14 years old, doesn't even leave the property. So I understand that getting these exemptions is a process that they can walk through, and it's going to take time, from what I understand.
Representative Comtois, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for explaining that. So, I'm a little concerned about eliminating everything in these RSAs. However, I agree with you that if you're already going through the process of obtaining exemption through the state veterinarian office, whether there's a timing issue or not, they're already working on something. Mm-hmm. My problem is that we know that rabies is a public health issue, and there is no cure. Basically, it's death if you get bit by anything rabid. So if you remove the payment portions.
I just want to, it is not removing the payment portions. That is section 13. This is 14, 15, 16, which are specifically about seizing the dog,
with using law enforcement. Section 13 does have the financial penalties. It is also the section that discharges it to the district court to collect those fines as well. I have not touched that whatsoever. This was a back and forth that I had with OLS. They thought that's what I wanted. All I wanted was the part, the 14, 15, and 16 that deal with the physical seizure of the dog via warrant and then how to return it.
One more follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
The fee, licensing a dog, is so that we can have a record of those that have had their shots and up to date on rabies, or that have an exemption through the state veterinarian. If we remove any penalties, I don't know, how would we address the people that are not doing what is best for the public by getting their dogs with their rabies shot? I don't care about any of the other shots. The rabies one is the only one I care about for public policy.
Right.
Policy. So what is the, where do we stand?
So as I was saying, it doesn't touch the rabies. It doesn't, the right rabies section, I think that's like section 1. And it doesn't affect licensing, rabies. It doesn't affect the financial penalty or discharging it to the courts for them to, get even more penalty out of you. This only affects the part where they come and take the dog. It also doesn't remove the section 31, which has to do with the nuisance animals and dog bites, and the police at that point can seize the animal. I haven't touched that whatsoever. That is also still intact. This is strictly seizure for failure to pay the registration fee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby and then Howard.
So I just pulled up the sections here, and it looks like the way that 466.14 is written, there is not at this point an exception procedure that could have been could be followed in the situation where basically you're saying that your constituent it was a matter of timing rather than lack of willingness.
That's my understanding.
And
yeah.
So I am really hesitant to get rid of the capacity for the town to seize a dog from someone who is being absolutely intransigent. However, I think that there should be an exception procedure. So would you be would you be interested in there being an amendment which would add an exception so that the town can work with give some leniency to people if there are extenuating circumstances?
Perhaps like an amendment, the way that I see it, because like there was actually I spoke to 2 one was a board of selectmen from my town and one was an actual town clerk that messaged me, and both were surprised that this was here, that this existed at all. And then when the board of selectmen from my town talked to the other board of selectmen, they were both saying, we never actually enforce this. We only ever send it as a scare tactic. And I think it was the Moulton Borough town clerk that was emailing back and forth with me. She misinterpreted the LSR, but she said they've never sent out actual warrants to arrest dogs either. So it seems to me that this seems like a giant scare tactic component to the law, where if we want, we should make this much more strict for the requirements for doing something like this. Like as opposed to just some deadline every year, it should perhaps be, as you described, like repeated negligence. If that's what the amendment should be, like 4 years, whatever it may be, like running problems where they just keep falling behind year over year, perhaps. But like the way that it seems is like, especially in my town, it sounds like it was just an automated process. The date came, they emailed the board of selectmen, here's a list of people to send threatening letters to, and then we're not going to actually follow up on it.
Okay,
Follow
so follow up. So the way it's currently phrased, the initial sentence says the town or city clerk shall annually between June 1st and June 20th present the local governing body a list of those owners of dogs that have failed to license or not renewed their license pursuant to 466.1, and then there's the issuance of the license of the warrant.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is that rather than have it quite so automated there, have this as something that the town may do if necessary. Is that something that you would be?
It's a lot better than the current law.
Yeah.
I'm happy to meet both ways. I just know this scared the crap out of this board of selectmen, scared the crap out of the dog owner, scared the crap out of me as a dog owner. like being as forgetful sometimes. Like you forget to pay things, and like God knows if I get like a letter in the mail saying they're coming to seize my dog, I'm gonna batten down the hatches and get ready for an assault.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe even more to the point would be to strengthen number 13, where it goes, goes to the court rather than to the selectmen, so that and then the court has the opportunity to say, this is an elderly dog, or this is a repeat negligence or something like that, and still allow for those penalties to happen for people who really have gone around the bend as far as ignoring the health risk.
Yep. Again, that's a better than the current law.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Mannion. I'd like to call Tina Guilford. Representing the town of Derry Town Clerk. 1 to 2 minutes. You need to put the
Sorry.
microphone on. Thank you.
My name is Tina Guilford. I'm the town clerk in Derry. We license about close to 7,000 dogs every year. 46613 creates the civil forfeiture and the civil penalty, and that is being kept. But the actual issuance of the civil forfeiture is in 66414. Now, we in Derry do not take possession of the dog. It says that the warrant may also authorize a local law enforcement officer to seize any unlicensed dog. So the warrant in Derry does not authorize seizure of a dog. We aren't looking to seize dogs. We don't want to take possessions of dogs. I will tell you that most of the people who do not license on time, and there are other statutes prior to this that start the $1 a month late fee on June 1st and all of that. Most people who don't license their dog on time is because they don't have a valid rabies on file. I mean, we've automated the system in Derry. We send out email reminders in January, February, and March. The end of March, we send out an actual paper bill to anybody who hasn't still licensed. And come May 1st starts the grace period. We also hold a rabies clinic in town. It's like $15 to get your dog's rabies. We do everything we can to try to get people to license their dog and assist them in that process. However, there are always people who just don't. They forget, they don't make appointments, and they end up then getting the fine. And then they call, they're really upset. And they always seem to think that they had a reason for allowing the rabies to lapse, for this, for that. It helps to have a very standardized process that all the towns are kind of using the same process. Mm-hmm. I definitely think that you can take out the taking possession of the dog, because I don't know that anybody wants to do that. But the warrant process is what starts the court process. And having gone to court for these kinds of things, they always want to know, when was the civil forfeiture issued, issued by certified mail, when was it delivered, when was it signed for? And that's all in this warrant process. Okay. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know, through the town, do you have to register with the state to let the state know that, do we have a statewide rabies vaccine registry?
No, we do not at this time. I know we get the rabies certificates that we have them. Our law enforcement and animal control has access to our dogs. Sometimes we get rabies certificates for people that have recently moved and they forgot to update the address, and we try to forward them to the right town, but there is no statewide registry that I know of.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in and telling us about the process. Whereas rabies is a public health issue, do you think if people understood And maybe people don't really understand the importance of rabies. You think there should be an educational component when you send out these forfeitures to say what the liability could be to that person if that dog has rabies and bites someone? I mean, because to me, that would be the scarier part than a $25 fine.
I agree with you, and we definitely put some information on the flyer, and we do have some information on there. You can give people information, but you can't make them read it, and you can't make them understand it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I call Angela Ferrari from Dog Owners of the Granite State, and 2 minutes.
All right, this is on? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Angela Ferrari. I'm here on behalf of Dog Owners of the Granite State. For those of you who are new to the committee, I'll do a brief introduction, but we are a nonprofit organization that was established in 1991 to represent the interests of all pet owners in New Hampshire. Our membership includes a vibrant and active community of specialty breed clubs, kennel clubs, dog and cat breeders, veterinarians, hunters, mushers, you name it. We have a really great membership. I have been with the organization since 2019. Our position on HB 240 is that we do oppose the bill. I think there's been a lot of great discussion about the concerns around rabies and its effect on public safety. We are mostly concerned with taking that stick away that is going to push those people to get their rabies vaccinations done. There's some things, I think we have maybe some veterinarians in the room who will speak to it, but when you get a rabies vaccine, the first one, within a year, you need to obtain your second one, and then you're good for every 3 years. The towns are also monitoring the expiration dates on the rabies vaccines to make sure that you are sticking within that protocol. And if you go outside of that, then you have to work with your veterinarian to kind of restart the process, and that's going to show as the expiration date on the rabies that would be submitted to your town. So there's a little bit of administrative support that helps people ensure that they're following the proper protocol for those rabies vaccinations. So the loss of control over dog licensing and the implications for public health is definitely a concern for us. As mentioned, there is an exemption for those dogs who have health reasons to not obtain the rabies vaccine. I do feel, and the membership feels, that what we have in statute now really does allow us to enforce that people are receiving those rabies vaccines for their dogs. I do agree with Representative Bixby's point about maybe having some leniency if there is an active exemption being sought through the state vet, and if there is some type of proof that could be provided to the town clerk that would prevent the actual seizure of the animal and that fee from happening. But I do think, as we've heard from others, that that fee and that seizure is kind of what's going to drive those people who are trying to avoid getting the vaccination for their dog. Additionally, something that I think that's important, that is kind of a byproduct of this process with dog licensing and getting that rabies vaccine. While there are clinics that you can get your vaccine at, a lot of people are going to be doing their annual well checks with their animals ahead of getting their dog license, making sure they're up to date on their rabies. So I think we get an extra benefit, while not included in the law, that people are actually taking their dogs to the vet and having them checked out. This is when the veterinarians are going to be considering other vaccinations that are important for the dogs, although not mandated by the state. Parvo and distemper are some of those that we'll see come up, and we do see that those diseases are making their way more rapidly into New Hampshire. So anything we can do that's kind of assisting getting the general public to get their animals into the veterinarian, I think is also an added bonus that the current RSA is helping to provide. Something else, it was touched on that Mostly it's people who just don't want to get the vaccine, or, $25. They might be avoiding wanting to pay for it, especially if they have multiple dogs. Each dog needs to be licensed and vaccinated. That's something that I think dog owners need to take responsibility for and do for their dogs. A lot of people will say, my dog's never going to get exposed to rabies. He stays in the yard. He's fine. But you never know when that animal is going to come to the property. It could even meet you on the street as you're walking down the road. The animals that have the rabies, they're very strange acting. They do things out of the ordinary. So I think we need to continue to urge and enforce that people are going to be getting those vaccines. With that, I would take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Lisa Boyer, representing yourself, and 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Dr. Lisa Boyer. I am a New Hampshire licensed veterinarian with over 2 decades of experience in emergency and critical care and general practice. I am in strong opposition to HB 240 as currently written. The vaccination of dogs against rabies is a cornerstone of public health protection, and we do know several things for certain. Rabies is a serious disease and 100% fatal in both animals and humans. It is also known that the vaccine is virtually 100% effective in prevention of this disease. Rabies is zoonotic, meaning it is transmitted through the bite or scratch of an infected animal. It is deadly, and there is no cure. In the United States, approximately 10 people die from rabies annually. In 2023, despite appropriate and immediate rabies prophylaxis treatment after a bite, we still had deaths from rabies. In New Hampshire, 20 to 30 animals or more test positive for rabies every year. Without strict vaccination protocols and enforcement of civil fines for noncompliance, we leave ourselves vulnerable to a potential public health crisis. I personally have a dog who has an exemption to rabies for vaccine. He has an autoimmune disorder, cannot be vaccinated. I took it upon myself to go get the exemption from the state vet. I can't write it myself. I managed to get my license on time. It takes planning, but it is very easy to do if you have a true problem with the vaccine. I see several types of pet owners, those who believe in vaccination and those who feel it poses a risk for their pet, despite scientific research to the contrary. The rabies vaccine is a killed virus and is safe in almost every dog or cat, with some exceptions. Without laws and licensing, a substantial number of pet owners would not vaccinate their pets, thereby increasing the risks of occurrence of this disease in both the pet and human population. I have this discussion with clients weekly. I see pets and people almost daily that have been bitten or scratched by cats and dogs. When a bite wound occurs from an unvaccinated or unknown animal, it places an undue burden on the bite or scratch victim. They have to seek costly medical care, and potentially they need rabies prophylaxis treatment, which is upwards of $20,000. The treatment increases, the lack of vaccination increases risk to veterinary staff members, and in some cases causes us to have to euthanize and decapitate an animal and send the head in for testing because there is no pre-mortem testing. There are risks in addition to the pain and suffering of the pet, who through no fault of its own was not vaccinated and not protected. This bill, as I read it, does not just remove the language dealing with the forfeiture of the pet. It removes civil forfeiture, which should mean fines for noncompliance. This bill effectively eliminates all penalty for noncompliance. Penalties are a necessary deterrent. The laws are not mere suggestions. They're binding rules for the public's well-being. When penalties are in place, they create an incentive for people to follow the law, knowing that there are real consequences. Removing them signals to society that compliance is not truly necessary. For example, driving under the influence regulations are designed to protect lives. If we remove penalties, would people take it seriously? Would we expect people to voluntarily follow those rules, knowing there are no consequences for dangerous behavior? The answer to me is clear. Without penalties, the motivation to comply decreases and the public safety is jeopardized. The risk to public health from rabies cannot be overstated. Even if it's rare in some regions, the consequences of a single case is catastrophic, and the threat is always present. If we eliminate fines for failure to vaccinate, we risk undermining a system that has successfully protected both human and animal populations for decades. Furthermore, enforcing the civil forfeiture incentivizes responsible pet ownership. It ensures that the people understand the importance of vaccination for their pets' health and the well-being of that of them and their neighbors. If we remove the fines, it signals non-compliance is acceptable, which would lead to fewer dogs being vaccinated, more potential exposure, and ultimately more human cases of rabies. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, could you pass your testimony up to the clerk? Perfect, thank you. And you have an exemption through the state veterinarian. One, how difficult was it get? And when a dog is exempt, what are the requirements for it to go outside?
Okay, good question. And those are some really important issues. The exemption itself requires you to go and have a certification by a board certified specialist. In this state, this is different. I'm licensed in several states. Some require just a note from your veterinarian. But I had to take my dog to a specialist who then was willing to sign the waiver based on knowing my pet and knowing the condition that they had. I then submit that waiver to my town, Brentwood, and I get my license for my dog. There are requirements that if my dog leaves the property, he should be muzzled. He must be muzzled. That is that is what we have to do. So we are, in my case, my dog was a service dog, and then he got sick. He's no longer a service dog. So it's difficult, for me, I have to muzzle him when I go out, but I do. So
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
So, would you be, how would you feel about making a minor amendment to the law that would give the town discretion in terms of sending the civil forfeiture warning and warrant, so that if there is someone who is in the process of working with the town to get the appropriate vaccination and licensure, then they don't automatically get that warning?
I have no problem with having discretion. I think we need to rely on our, people that work in the towns and to do what's in the best interest of, the people who live there. However, my question would be back to that, how long do we let that go on? It doesn't take that long to get an exemption if a true one is needed. The problem that I see, and what I've seen most often, is people apply for the exemption and they're not granted the exemption and they don't like it because they think that their pet still shouldn't have a vaccine, and then they just ignore it perpetually. So it's very difficult to get in the sense of, you can't just say my pet's had a reaction and I'm not going to vaccinate it again. It would mean if I have a pet that I vaccinate that has a reaction to that vaccine, there are other alternatives. You can pre-treat that pet with, an antihistamine and other things. It would be a professional judgment of how to manage to get that pet vaccinated safely. But if you can't do it, like in my dog's case, there is no way to vaccinate him safely, I think there should be the exemption, and it should be something that, the veterinarian, that a treating veterinarian should be able to forward records even to maybe a specialist, and then the specialist can review that and say they concur, as opposed to maybe even having to see the specialist.
Representative Freeman and then Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Dr. Boyer.
Sure.
How difficult was it for you to find a specialist?
Took a phone call. We have plenty of board certified internal medicine specialists in the state of New Hampshire.
And there's another question with this as well as a statement. You're a vet, so you would know right off the top of your head who would specialize in this.
That is correct, ma'am. I would say, however, if I had a patient, if you came to me as a general practice veterinarian and you brought me your dog and said, I can't vaccinate my dog for rabies, here's the reasons why. If I felt that was legitimate, I would put you to that specialist and say, this is who you need to go see. Here's the paperwork they need to sign. I'd send all the records as to why you shouldn't have the vaccine, and then have that specialist sign it. I would coordinate that for my owner.
Thank you. And just out of curiosity, what is the average cost to taking your dog to a specialist, to get a letter of exemption?
I would say probably on the order of about $200.
Representative Bixby. Representative
Thank you.
Comtois, her question was answered, so.
Do you happen to know if there is a list of board certified specialists on the Department of Agriculture's website?
I don't believe that there is, sir, and I think that's an excellent idea, although it would have to be kept updated. It's not difficult to locate one. You can type in board certified internal medicine veterinarian, New Hampshire, and there's a link to a list. I mean, their organization has lists, but I don't think that's a bad idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for coming and testifying.
Thank you.
Stacy Ober from the American Kennel Club. You have 2 minutes. You've requested.
Thank you, Chair Aaron, members of the committee. Stacy Ober, Government Relations in New England for the American Kennel Club. And just wanted to register AKC's opposition to House Bill 240. I don't think we could overestimate the significance of rabies as a fatal threat. And the risk even has resulted, for instance, back in 2021, the United States Center for Disease Control banned importing dogs from more than 100 countries that are not, like the United States, rabies, canine rabies exempt. And so they've even moved forward in trying to implement some additional rules because we did have dogs that were imported into the United States with rabies as a result of fraudulent health certificates. So I just raised that as one issue. Completely respect that this individual has gone through the process of looking to get the exemption. And as I look at 46614, I think it could be helpful to refer to the exemption section because it's not clearly stated that there is a process there. But secondly, I would discourage the committee from eliminating the forfeiture piece. And that's even as a follow-on to Dr. Boyer noting that some people may just refuse to get the rabies vaccine. They may not be a candidate for the exemption. And because this is such a serious public health issue, there is no cure for rabies. It may be in the best interest of the community to have that dog seized or to have a big stick, so to say, in terms of forcing that an animal get vaccinated for rabies. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I am going to close this hearing for is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this? Seeing none, can I have the blue sheet for HB 240 from up there? And I'm going to close the hearing for HB 240. And I'll wait for the blue sheet and then we will proceed with the next hearing. Yeah, hang on. There were 3 in online, there were 3 in support, 6 in opposition. And for the blue sheet, we had 4 in opposition and 1 person in favor. There you go. Okay. I am now going to open we're running a little tad late, about 9 minutes. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 201, prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. And here to introduce the bill. Oh, yes. Please do. Yes. We'll have to send law enforcement out to seize Representative Bordes.
If you need me to introduce it, I will.
Yeah, by the way, I had our committee researcher prepare a report regarding past legislation and research about banning the declawing of cats, because this committee has heard this bill 4 times or 3 times before, and I just thought the committee might be interested in what happened to pass legislation. So half of you go one way, half of you go the other way. I will give him 1 minute. He found him. Okay, here you go. Representative Bordes. Good afternoon, Representative Bordes, and you are here to introduce your bill, HB 201, prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. Yep.
Yes, HB 201 is very similar to House Bill 231 that
I thought it was on. Nope, guess not. Now it's on. It's very similar to House Bill 231 that passed the House in 2023. What this is an act prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. As many of you already know, removing claws from cats is equivalent to cutting your finger off at the middle knuckle. It's actually an amputation. It's not a surgery, it's an actual amputation that could be painful to the animal. A lot of individuals will get their cats declawed because the cat's scratching the furniture. To me, that's unacceptable. It's a cruel, inhumane procedure. Many veterinarians agree. I know we discussed before, but actually, a lot of corporate veterinarians would not even perform the procedure. And I don't think it's humane to, just because your cat might scratch the furniture, to have their claws removed from them and perform an amputation. We wouldn't do that to a child if he drew on the wall with crayons. So why are we going to do that to an animal? It's just cruel and inhumane. There are some exceptions for medical reasons. Say the cat has cancer and that claw needs to be amputated in situations like that. There are exemptions to this, but overall, this is just a basic prohibition of removal of claws from the cat.
Any questions? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Good to see you. My first question is a technical question about the bill. The bill itself, the language makes clear in Section 2, starting in line 10, that this is a civil penalty. The analysis on the first page says the bill creates a criminal penalty for declawing a cat. But could you clarify, this is not a criminal penalty, correct? It is, in fact,
It's
a civil
penalty,
violation.
correct? Yes.
Thank you. And may I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, sure.
Thank you. Representative, have you heard from vets, as I have, that this is something that they would like to see in place so that when somebody comes and asks them to perform this procedure, they can simply say, no, it is not legal in the state of New Hampshire?
I 100% have heard that from numerous veterinarians, including my own. A lot of practices will not perform it, but there are still veterinarian practices that allow it, and some veterinarians do not want to perform the procedure.
Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I know that we've heard this bill before, but I really want to know the statistics on how many cat declaws are being performed in the state per year.
So we've discussed this numerous times. Nobody has been able to pull those actual numbers down. You can't get them from anywhere. There's been some research done. I don't want to misspeak, so I don't want to come up with numbers, but the procedure is still being done in New Hampshire.
Follow up. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bordas, one animal rights activist to another. Would you be open to an amendment that said if someone had a condition physically that a cat with claws whom they love could inflict harm on them because of their medical disability, would you be open to such an amendment?
I would have to see I would be open to it. I would have to speak to some veterinarians and doctors about that. Because I do know another side condition of the cat being declawed. Now, instead of scratching them, they bite. And a bite is actually more harmful to a human than a scratch is.
Indeed. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Freeman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's still.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Bordas, for coming in front of us. I do have a question. Would you be open to an amendment that would take out the civil penalties part and just make it illegal to do this?
If there's no way to enforce it, I don't understand why that we would even. If we make it illegal, with no penalty, what good would it be?
Do I have a follow-up?
Follow-up?
Well, I just heard someone say that some vets need an excuse to say no.
Correct.
So this would give them the excuse to say no. Would that not be accurate?
If there's I guess I could give them the excuse to say no. I just don't know what enforcement mechanism you would have for people violating it.
Well, we can discuss that further. I just wanted to know if you would be open to a friendly amendment.
I'm open to anything, but I just want to make sure what we're doing is proper and there is some sort of enforcement mechanism.
Thank you.
Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here to give testimony, answer questions. When it says no person shall remove the claws, does that refer to the owner? Does it refer to the vet who is the agent performing the actions for the owner? Is
Well,
it both?
it would be obviously the veterinarian that was performing the procedure. If somebody decided to declaw their cat at home, I definitely think they should be charged as well. Well, it's a civil penalty, but I mean yeah, that'd be pretty gruesome.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up?
Thank you. My concern is, what would happen if a person who adopted a declawed cat and then took it into a vet for service? Would they potentially be liable if somebody dropped a dime on them and said they've got a declawed cat?
I couldn't see that being an issue. I mean, the declawing has been taking place previously. I don't know if we could do an amendment to clarify that, but I mean, I don't see any issue. You know, if the cat was already previously declawed, or say it came from another state declawed, there should be some sort of record as far as veterinarians that performed it or where it was done to show that it was done prior to this law being enacted.
Okay. You had a question? Okay. Representative Bixby and then Representative Minor.
Just a clarifying question. So the bill bans the act of declawing cats, not the possession of a declawed cat.
Correct. 100%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Boards. Now, I've spoken with a couple of veterinarians from my community, and they say that this procedure isn't huge in nature. Do you have any idea how many people, how many cats are being declawed?
We've been trying to get numbers for forever. There is no actual statistic to show that. I think I know it's still being performed in the state. Veterinarians admit it's still being performed, but there's no actual numbers to show.
Follow-up?
Follow-up. Sure.
Thank you. So one of the veterinarians that I spoke with has told me that she's been a practicing vet for 40 years and she's performed this twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's widespread. Do you?
I think it's happening a lot more than people know.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
So I have two questions. My first question is, since this bill has been introduced, I think this would be the fourth time, but I was here last term and I went through all this testimony. And by the way, on the record, I think it's absolutely the most barbaric procedure if it's happening. Like you said, just like a human at the knuckle. So if we don't have the data, and everyone that I've talked to says it's not happening, and most vets even refuse to do it, in Rochester anywhere where I represent, why not put a bill in to actually find out what that information is, like in requiring vets to do that? Why not amend the bill so we have the data, and if it's not a problem, then it's unnecessary legislation that's needed?
So we've tried to obtain data. There is no data source to get that information from. I don't think they're keeping accurate records of it. I don't know why there is no data, but it's very hard to find. There's been some, if you check phone kind of surveys done with some veterinarians in the area, where somebody would call up and say, hey, I'm interested in having my cat declawed. Is this a procedure you would do? And the veterinarian will say, yes. That data I don't have, but there was a breakdown of that. But it's definitely still occurring in the state.
Follow-up.
But that's my point. Instead of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So after the second time that it failed, why wasn't a legislation put in to require vets to put this reporting criteria in? So at least we would have the data. I mean, if we don't have the data, then we shouldn't be passing legislation based upon what ifs.
It's not really what ifs, because it is occurring. We just don't have numbers on how often it's occurring.
Representative Bixby.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate for me to read some of the information from the committee researcher that you requested in terms of what's known about frequency?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So there's no central data collection, and it is there's no requirement for reporting. In 2020, the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association conducted a survey with clinics in their database inquiring if they allow declawing, and the survey results show that 86 out of 146 responses offered services including declaw removal, tail docking, ear cropping, etc. So that's more than half of the veterinary clinics surveyed in 2020 did offer this as a service. And according to a January 2025 article, a New Hampshire veterinarian pulled data on declawing from her own practice before she bought it in 2018 and banned the operation there. She found that at least 16 declaw procedures had been done there the year before the practice was sold. So that doesn't give a clear sense of prevalence, but it does suggest that there is that it is in fact still happening.
Is there a question there?
No, I asked you if I could read that
Oh,
information
okay,
from
sure.
from the data.
I thought you were going to
No,
read something
no,
and then ask a question.
Okay, so I just thought that that would be helpful in terms of, instead of just sort of asking questions about why don't we have any data, at least get the data that we have.
Okay, thank you. I wanted just to say, you know, I've got several pink cards here. If you are signed up to speak and you have already heard somebody say something that you're going to say, please wave off speaking because time is of the essence. And I guess Representative King, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies if this has already been answered, but do you believe that your bill either would or should hold somebody civilly liable if they take their cat out of state to get the procedure done?
I think they should be held civilly liable because it would be against New Hampshire state law. I don't know how you would enforce that, to be honest with you, or what sort of enforcement mechanism you would. I mean, how do you prove where the cat was declawed? But I mean, I know our neighbor to the south, which I know we're different than, but they just passed the same exact law in Massachusetts. So it's starting to become more and more common. A lot of municipalities and are enacting similar laws.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
So I was educated over lunch, which I love cats. I had cats, can't have cats now. My husband's allergic. So I was educated over lunch of the new version of cat declaw that has been in place in practice for a long time versus the one that I'm familiar with from 40 years ago, which is the horrific practice. So what if the numbers that he just gave are where it is not touching at the knuckle? They're actually, it's just doing at the claw, and there's like this special glue. If that is the case and what they're using now with all of the technology that we have, which we didn't have 40 years ago, then your bill becomes null and void because it's not doing that type of what we're talking about, which is really abuse.
I mean, it's still being done that way as far as I know. I mean, the majority of veterinarians have said that's the way it's been done. I mean, they make claw protectors now that you can put over your cat's claws if you're worried about the cat scratching furniture. But to me, amputating at the digits is just humanely insane.
Representative Wheeler.
Would you believe that the cat declawing procedure that Representative Potenza described still does, when you put the glue in, create a problem for the cat and its ability to walk after the procedure's been done for many months afterwards, because the cat's claws are similar to how our little toe, if we lost a little toe, we might be off balance a little bit. The cat's claws is a big part to its balance. So even taking the claw out in the way they do the procedure now is still damaging to the cats.
It actually, yes, you are correct in that statement. Also, when it comes time to go use the litter box and such, sometimes they stop using their litter box. They're off balance. They don't have as much control. The other aspect, which I didn't bring up, is you have an indoor cat, you get it declawed, he escapes, gets outside. There's no defense mechanism for that animal. They can't climb up a tree. They can't protect themselves. They're basically just sitting there as prey at that point.
Representative Bixby.
So this modern procedure has been mentioned, and I'm wondering if that's one of the ones that is listed in the bill. The bill lists oniectomy, partial or complete phalangoectomy,
Or
or
tendinectomy.
tendinectomy. Is that procedure that Representative Potenza and Wheeler mentioned one of those, or?
I would have to check back to actually look at the medical terms. I'm not positive, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bordes. I'd like to call Dr. Lisa Boyer. Hi again. You need to put your microphone on. Thank you.
Is that on now? Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
you're on
Sorry,
with the
thank
red-
you. All right,
as
hi.
long as you read.
So I'm still Dr. Lisa Boyer, and I'm still a New Hampshire veterinarian with 23 years of experience, but I'm also a court-qualified expert in multiple jurisdictions in animal welfare, cruelty, and abuse. And I strongly oppose this bill for several reasons. Number one, it removes my autonomy as a veterinarian to make a medical decision about a patient. It also removes an opportunity for me to educate clients. If an owner comes to me and asks about declawing their cat, we engage in a lengthy discussion, including what prompted them to want the procedure. And more importantly, we'll explore the problem and alternative solutions. I personally do not perform declaws, and frankly, I don't need the legislature to tell me I need an excuse to say no. If I choose not to do that, I'm capable of telling my client no. I don't do convenience euthanasias either. This would have no impact for me. I'll say no regardless of the law. Sometimes these discussions will lead to a medical diagnosis and treatment of a problem where the owner thought the declaw was the solution, but it really was something else. And that's important to me. The legislation diminishes the collaboration between a loving pet owner and a trusted veterinarian. The public understands that veterinarians do not wish to do harm to their patients. We take an oath to protect the health and welfare. This law undermines my professional judgment and is an unnecessary law that frankly will have no effect on the health and welfare of cats in the state of New Hampshire. Another issue is if legislators should substitute their judgment about medical procedures where they do not have the scientific knowledge to make that decision. This would be the first time that New Hampshire lawmakers would publicly be questioning a profession's integrity by agreeing with bill proponents that New Hampshire licensed veterinarians are engaging in animal cruelty activity that needs the state to intervene and stop. This is not true, and it's an unacceptable slippery slope. Our knowledge, science, and medicine evolve over time. Procedures we did 20 years ago have improved. And if we ban a procedure now and our knowledge changes later, are we going to go back and re-legislate this? I don't think so. How is this bill going to be enforced? Is there going to be an inspection of hospitals, records? Who's going to enforce it? And frankly, is a civil fine really going to change anything? Some people feel declawing cats is animal cruelty, and in reality, when performed by a veterinarian with proper technique, anesthesia, post-operative care, including pain management, it isn't animal cruelty. However, we still can choose not to do it. In 2020, the AVMA revised their declawing policy and discourages the declawing of domestic cats as an elective procedure. The association, however, encourages the use of alternatives, but says professional judgment is key when making a decision as to whether to declaw a cat. Why do lawmakers feel they have more professional judgment than a highly trained and properly licensed medical professional? My final point will address Representative Bixby, that is this really a problem at all in the state of New Hampshire? When you read that statistic from the study of the NHVMA that 86 out of 100 offered those services, I bet if you took that statement and only asked about declaws, you would find almost none. I cannot recall the last time I have seen a declawed cat in practice, not even that coming to me for a declaw, just a declawed cat, period. Every colleague I know does not do these procedures. This is a law in search of a problem, and I urge you not to infringe upon my rights as a veterinarian to make an ethical, informed, and appropriate medical decision for my patients and clients. And I'm happy to entertain questions.
Thank you. And can we have a copy of your
You may.
testimony too? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Boyer, for taking my question. So the bill states clearly on lines 5 and 6 that there are exemptions for a physical and medical condition of the cat. In other words, for conditions that a veterinarian would deem for the health of the cat. So could you explain to me, looking at the language of the bill, how this takes away the ability of a veterinarian to make that determination, and what in the language of the bill interferes with a veterinarian to talk to someone who comes into their practice to ask for the procedure?
You're preventing the person from coming through the door in the first place. If they call and say, "Do you declaw cats?" we say no, they go somewhere else. We can't even start the discussion. They won't ever get to their veterinarian to have that discussion. And so, and this is for me, much like any other procedure. We have, every veterinarian has their moral and ethical line, but we're all really sworn to help promote the health and welfare of animals. We all have continuing education requirements. We all are well aware of pros, cons, of any kind of medical procedure that we do. And I really would challenge those numbers from the NHVMA. I don't think that it is even really being done. I don't know anybody who in the state that does this procedure. And if they do the procedure, certainly not by clipping off the ends of the joints. I mean, there's other ways to do it. I don't feel that bill let me see how I want to put this. The bill may not tell me I can't make a medical decision for my patient, but what the bill is doing is saying that we need the legislature to dictate how we practice medicine. And that's the problem we get into, because this will be the first of many other things that could come down that road. Now, the next thing, if we ban this, what else are we going to ban? Are we going to go through every list of procedures that a veterinarian can perform and now decide which ones we can and can't do? I think that's wrong. I really do. I think it's wrong for people, and I think it's wrong for animals.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, yep.
Thank you very much. I
Sure.
appreciate that. Can you give us some guidance and some advice on how to think about this when we have a veterinarian testifying as you have, and we could have an equal number of veterinarians on the other side of the issue? So we have somebody making a very compelling argument as you have, but we also have, like, my personal veterinarian making a very compelling argument on the other side. So how do you think we should approach this issue when we have very expert witnesses giving us advice that's in kind of 180-degree opposite directions?
I think that's a great question. I think, first of all, I will not sit here and tell you that doing declawing cats is okay. All right. I'm not going to tell you that that's true, because I personally don't do the procedure because I don't like to do the procedure. There's no reason for it. I have other alternatives at my disposal other than declawing cats. However, there may be that one time that I have a patient where maybe that is the only alternative to prevent a euthanasia, and if it can be done in a humane or safe manner, I'd like to be able to have an option anyway. And in my entire career, I have done exactly one declaw. They don't even train it in veterinary school anymore. I mean, it's not something you're taught. So it's something you'd have to learn how to do. And I think it goes beyond just declawing. Why do we need a bill for something that really isn't, in my experience, occurring in the state? Any veterinarian should be able to tell their client, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. We have that right. We're not at the behest of our client to do medical procedures we aren't okay with. Just as I wouldn't do a surgery I wasn't comfortable with, I wouldn't do a vaccine I wasn't comfortable with, I wouldn't do a medical treatment I wasn't comfortable with. That's on me as a professional. I don't think the legislature needs to mandate that.
Thank you very much.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Very compelling testimony. Do you have any idea when, like the date of when they stopped teaching it?
Well, I'm a 2002 graduate. It wasn't, although they weren't teaching it in school, it was still performed. I know that we don't teach, it hasn't been taught as a regular procedure. They're too busy just teaching basic spays and neuters, they really don't teach a lot of those other kinds of procedures in school. But we do get education as to what the procedures are, maybe not how to physically perform them, what the nature of those procedures are. There is education about the pros and the cons of those procedures. What actually happens when the procedures are done? What are the consequences of that procedure? So I think veterinarians are well educated as to the positive or negative outcomes of that type of procedure. And I think it still relies on their professional judgment in a total. But I think I would ask the committee, if you really want the numbers to know who is performing these procedures, I mean, that's what you need to get down to, right? So why not have a study that says, and I don't think it has to be a legislated study, but why not have some research where the veterinarians in the state of New Hampshire are surveyed and just leave it as declawing only? Okay, don't lump it in with tail docks, ear crops, and everything else, because if you called the clinic and said, do you do these 4 procedures? Well, maybe you don't do one of them. But there's no way 86 out of 100 clinics do declaws. I guarantee that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Barber.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Boyer, for your testimony. I have a question about informed consent. Have you had patients, cat owners, come in to ask you about the declawing, had the opportunity to discuss the procedure, the outcome, the details? And if that's the case, how many of them then continue to ask you, can we then go forward with this?
That's a phenomenal question, actually. I think when properly educated, owners would virtually never elect this procedure.
Okay, can I ask another question?
Sure, follow up.
Thank you. Yes, my other question is about the recording of information statistics. Are you required to tell the state when you provide a rabies vaccine or any other vaccine or other health issues having to deal with the animals in your practice? Do you have to report anything to the state?
No. And frankly, I think that opens up a whole can of worms. You know, if we have to report every single disease or every single procedure we do, that gets very difficult, and it may even infringe upon owner confidentiality. And we don't have HIPAA, but we have confidentiality.
One last question.
Yes, related to that. If we were to ask in the search of the numbers that we're talking about, is that something that you think veterinarian practices would be willing to do on an anonymous basis to give the reporting of how many of these procedures they do?
I think if it were a properly framed survey that was truly anonymous, yeah, I do think most people would answer that. I do. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, Dr. Boyer. Really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And you do have a copy for the clerk. Okay. Next, I'll call Kurt Ehrenberg from the Humane Society. I'm sorry? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name's Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the New Hampshire director for the Humane Society of the United States. And I'm here to talk about cat declawing. First, raise your hand if you love animals. That's everybody. Anybody not raise their hand? Okay, it's kind of funny, but
I like veterinarians too.
I hear all the time from all of you how much you love animals. I'm walking around here. Oh, I love animals. I have 2 cats. How many cats do you have? Who has a declawed cat? Anyone? Yeah, so we all love animals. This bill is cruel, and this bill is about ending cruelty to cats. And when we hear from veterinarians, all they can tell us is don't tell us what to do. You can't find a veterinarian in this state who'll tell you that they do it, but you call them up and they'll offer the service. And that statistic is undeniable. It's the only one we have actually right now is 86% offer it. 16 cats we know from that paper from this committee were declawed how many years ago? 4, 3, 2? Yeah, so recently enough. So that question, let's put that to bed. It happens, it's cruel, it's unusual, period. So I just go through a few things about the procedure. There's no valid reason for it. By the way, in the bill, there is an exemption for veterinarians to do the procedure if they think it's necessary, period. Okay? You can easily trim the nails of a cat to keep it from scratching you or to keep it from damaging your furniture. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, says it's not advised to declaw cats for any kind of human health issue. The National Hemophilia Association does not recommend declawing. And scratching for cats is natural and necessary. Remember what we're talking about, notwithstanding any fiction about new procedures. What's in the bill is the cutting off, what's in the bill is the cutting off of the tips of the cat's fingers, toes, whatever you want to call them, that part of the paw. Irreparable. It changes the way they live. They can no longer defend themselves with their paws or their claws, so they bite people, or whatever that threat may be. I'm trying to be brief. There's so much misinformation to correct. Okay, the tip of the paw basically has glands that are necessary for the cat to exist, scent glands, things like that. I want to reiterate, veterinarians retain the ability to do whatever they need for the health of their patient. They can't do it for cosmetic reasons or the convenience of an owner who doesn't want to get scratched. It's becoming more widespread in Europe. It's almost the entire European Union has banned it. And I'll just, once again, the objection that it's not being done in the state, we've dealt with that. 86% of vets offer it. It was done 16 times in 1917 or whatever, 2017, I'm getting old. For medical autonomy, the veterinarian has medical autonomy to do the procedure if they think it's medically necessary. And if we have 86% who offer it, but we can't find a vet to admit that they do it, they must be ashamed of doing it. And even the person who spoke before me, oh, I would never do it. I would never do it, but I need to be able to. And the question of human health we've dealt with. I think I sent everyone a fact sheet and some letters from some people. Not all of you, but most of you. And that would be my testimony. Again, I would just say to surmise, if you've ever had a cat, loved a cat, known someone who's loved a cat, loved someone who loves a cat, you got to vote yes on this bill.
Questions from the committee? Representative Barber.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You mentioned that 86% of veterinarians in New Hampshire offer declawing.
I'll defer to Representative Bixby.
The survey said 86 out of 146, so that's not 86%.
It's lower. Sorry, I got that wrong. I'm really bad at math.
I'm sorry.
Follow up.
Follow up on that. If we're using that number, is that anecdotal? Is that self-reported? Is that simply by phone calls, or is that an actual number that was gotten by written survey, et
Is
cetera?
that a question to me?
So in this handout that we got from Judy, from Representative Aaron, the numbers are in there.
Okay.
Is that a question? Was that a question? Because I'd like to address it.
No. She just wanted some clarification.
And I'd like to,
Comtois?
Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify a little bit further the numbers for Representative Barber. Those statistics wasn't just about, it asked about several procedures, not just declaw. So if they performed any one of those procedures mentioned, they're included. They may not even include, a veterinarian clinic may not even do a declaw, but they would be included in that number.
One is too many. One kitten who has subjected to this procedure unnecessarily in this state because you refuse to address this is one too many.
Mr. Ehrenberg, that's out of line. I don't appreciate that.
I apologize.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I call Jane Barlow Roy.
I apologize for my delay. I just put a cough drop in, so I had to take
No
it.
worries.
Thank you very much for letting me testify today. My name is Dr. Jane Barlow Roy. I am representing the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association, but I also represent the delegates of New Hampshire at the American Veterinary Medical Association. And I apologize if I lose my voice. I have a head cold. The New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association, in conjunction with the American Veterinary Medical Association, strongly opposes HB 201. We believe the adoption of HB 201 would undermine the professional judgment of New Hampshire veterinarians and disrupt the essential veterinary patient-client relationship. This relationship is the cornerstone of the veterinary medical practice and ensures collaborative decision-making between clients and veterinarians to achieve the best possible outcomes for their pets. It is critical that veterinarians retain this authority to exercise professional judgment when making clinical recommendations in the best interest of their patients. Our association respects and supports the clinical expertise of our members, empowering them to work closely with clients to determine the most appropriate course of care. Like most surgical procedures, complications may occasionally arise for various reasons. However, most of these complications can be effectively addressed through established medical interventions. We recently polled our members as to whether they offer declaw routinely, and the vast majority replied that they do not. 83% do not offer it at all. The remaining only offer it as a last resort. This fact shows overwhelmingly that our membership is not pro-declaw. And tying this data from previous surveys we have done, the majority of our membership resents government oversight into the procedures in our profession. Enacting this bill would simply be virtue signaling. Allow my members to retain their autonomy in decisions that affect their clients and patients. And with all due respect, the survey that we did back in 2020 was a combined survey for the two bills that were brought up in front of the legislature. So to put that data together is not an appropriate use of that data, in my opinion. I will take any questions that you have for me today.
Thank you, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's a simple one, and that is, in your judgment, is it inhumane to remove a cat's claws for purely cosmetic reasons or purely for the convenience of the owner?
I think we're confusing the definition of inhumane in regards to medical procedures by veterinarians. If you use that type of definition, the majority of medical procedures we do on animals could be considered inhumane. Simply a cat neuter could be considered inhumane because most of us that have come in contact with a male intact tomcat knows that these cats stink to high heaven. You cannot have a male intact cat in your house and not neuter them. And so purely neutering a cat for those reasons is cosmetic, in my opinion. So no, it's not inhumane necessarily to declaw a cat under proper analgesia and anesthesia. To declaw a cat in your kitchen, yes. And I agree with Dr. Boyer when she made that point as well today.
Follow up.
Follow up?
Thank you. With regard to neutering, aren't there numerous health reasons and other kind of beneficial byproducts of neutering? For example, preventing mass reproduction of animals that then may not be cared for. Like neutering is not considered by
Representative, I'd have to
That is the
gavel
question.
you because that neutering really doesn't have bearing on this particular bill.
Oh, I'm confused because she was using neutering as an example of.
Well,
If-
she was talking
Representative
about
Aaron?
what might be considered inhumane treatment.
If I may, she said that neutering could be considered cosmetic, and I was asking her how
Okay,
that's the
I'm
case.
sorry. You had I'm sorry. Go
I,
ahead.
I will address that. When, can you repeat your question, please?
Go right
Well,
ahead.
just that there are there not a lot of other health benefits and positive benefits to neutering that make it not really considered cosmetic by most
Okay.
veterinarians?
So when you suggest the health benefits of a lot of things are naturally occurring things that animals do. Animals reproduce. And so to use that as an argument that we're controlling the pet population, reproduction is a normal biological event, behavior, just as scratching is a natural behavior for cats. So to me, that's not necessarily a health benefit to the cat. It is a benefit, again, to the owner, because you're not having unwanted litters.
Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am going to go off track and continue on with the line of discussion that we just had. It could be said that the neutering or the spaying of an animal can actually decrease its lifespan. Is that correct?
I'm not positive about that information. There's a lot of research being done into delaying spaying and neutering for health benefits. There's a lot of research that is being done on looking at retrospective studies. Unfortunately, there has not been really good data out there because most of these research papers are being done retrospectively, meaning they look back at, say, 100 animals, and they look back at their records to say when they were spayed, when they were neutered. Other procedures that they may encounter in their lives are not included. And so I think there's a lot of information that is being put out there because we're skewing the data to reach a means to an ends that we might want to get.
Thank you very much.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you represent every single veterinarian in the state? Like, are they all members of your association?
I represent the members I represent the New Hampshire veterinarians that are members to my association.
Could you give me?
I don't represent people that are not members. As of December 31st, that was the end of our fiscal year, we had over 350 some odd members, that are members of the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Do you know how many there are in the state? If you have 350, are there 1,000 veterinarians in the
So
state?
from the Board of Veterinary Medicine, there are over 900 board licensed in the state of New Hampshire. However, because we are a border state, we have many veterinarians that are licensed in other states that don't necessarily practice in New Hampshire. There is really no way, unless we go practice to find out how many licensed veterinarians that are practicing in New Hampshire are. It's very difficult because also our membership in the New Hampshire VMA, we give discounted memberships to students. We also allow membership from veterinarians from out of state in order to access our continuing education.
Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get the numbers right in my own head. Do you support the survey in 2020 when asked the specific question of the New Hampshire Veterinary Medicine Association, Medical Association, would you approve of New Hampshire making the practice of declawing illegal? Half of them said yes, half of them said no.
I did that survey myself. I was the one that put that survey together. And actually the numbers, I believe, are 51 to 47, or somewhere in that area. And the majority were not in favor of legislating this. And so I have to go with my membership. I understand that 50% of us, or half and half, are split on this. But again, I have to go with my membership's
Understood.
majority.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Sorry, last question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've talked to a lot of constituents about this bill, and it seems as if a lot of people are on board with that. Would you be amenable, do you think the association would be amenable to the state actually gathering the data? Like how often it's happening, or even just a specific question that's asked out to every board certified licensed veterinarian in the state to say, are you performing these? Are you not? How are you? Whatever. Like, would you?
I would gladly take help. I have been in front of this committee more times than I can count. I've lost count. And the information I try to gather every single year. I can only get the information that I email out to my membership. And I can only process the data that I get from the responses. I have never been able to get good data from my members. I've not been able to get that data at all. So I would very much gladly appreciate any help in getting that information for you. I have done my darndest to get you accurate information. The results that I got from this last survey were from last week. And again, I can only get data. I can't keep sending out survey after survey because the people that respond to surveys are the people that respond to surveys. So if I send one out next week, it's going to probably be the same group of people, and I'm not going to get a representative sample. So if there was any way that we could get that information beforehand, before any of this legislation comes up, and I would be more than happy, the association would be more than happy to go through any of these I just came back from our own, any of these legislative information before any of this even comes in front of your committee, so that we can actually present a bill that everybody has the information. And I ask every single year for the sponsors to come meet with us as an association, meet with the Board of Veterinary Medicine before this even gets to in front of you, so that we're not wasting time going through data that is way out of date. 5 years in the veterinary medicine medical profession changes a lot. Things change rapidly. And that information that I got 5 years ago is wildly, wildly, wildly inaccurate. Just as medical procedures happen, change in 5 years. So I'll be glad to take the help. I'll be glad to help create a bill if that's what this body wants. But nobody has ever come to our association. Never.
Questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I do have I have testimony from the American Veterinary Medical
Sure,
Association. that
please
we'll give you.
pass it along. I have Robert Kale. I'm sorry, I can't read it. From Rochester.
Could that be Cook? Yes, that would be me.
And if you've heard something before that you want to say, please don't say it again.
I have been accused of that before in my life, but I'll try to not do that. My name is Robert Cook. I live
Cook,
in Rochester.
I'm sorry.
Cook,
Okay.
C-O-O-K-E.
Okay.
I'm a resident of Rochester. I'm a licensed forester for the state in the state of New Hampshire. And just a couple of words that I like to say. comparing the neutering with declawing. Neutering is a surgical procedure that is done on anesthesia, and typically there are no lasting effects from that. The lasting effects from declawing I have seen firsthand. I volunteer in at least 2 animal shelters. I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Disaster Animal Response Team. If you want, and the second thing about what was said before me, try to get the numbers. The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over and getting the same result. If you want numbers, poll the shelters in the state. Veterinarians perform the procedures and get paid for it. Shelters deal with the outcome and the outfall from it. There's more animals that are surrendered to shelters because they have cats, because they have been declawed, rather than because they're scratching a sofa. In the veterinary textbooks, it says is an amputation. So it's literally amputating all 10 fingers, if not more. How is that? And there are circumstances where that's medically necessary. It's a very small percentage, and yet the large percentage of the procedures that have been done have not been because it's medically necessary. This bill has the out for medically necessary. That still gives the veterinarians the legal and medical reasons for performing this procedure if it needs to be done. But go to a shelter, see a cat who's been walking on their wrists for years because they cannot walk. So many cats get surrendered to shelters because they go to the bathroom outside the litter box. Why do they do that? Because they can't do what's natural in the litter. Behavioral problems. If you want numbers, and your numbers. Is it being done in the state? Is it not being done in the state? Go to a shelter, you see cats get surrendered. It's being done in this state. Do you need to know how many? You know that this cruel and unusual punishment is being done, and you have the ability to stop it. Thank you, and thank you for being our representatives. This is civic duty at its best. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Lisa Smart, the Honorable Lisa Smart. Oh, had to leave? Okay, all right. So we will put that over there. We have Christina Snyder.
Hello, thank you for having me today. I just want to say real quickly that a few days ago, when I knew this bill was coming up, it only took me 5 minutes to find 2 veterinarians that do this procedure. And that was a simple Google search. And then one of them actually even had a Google review where someone wrote up that they had the procedure done. So clearly this is being done. How much? I don't know. But like someone before me said, 1 is too many. It's happening. Absolutely, it's happening. And this is animal cruelty as far as I'm concerned. It's animal mutilation. If you were to go out into the wild and you were to chop off the fingers of a raccoon or a bobcat, that would fit under the animal cruelty statute, and that could be up to a felony charge. So here we are doing it with house cats. You know, there's those loopholes, those famous loopholes where it's animal cruelty here, but it's not animal cruelty here. And I did have a cat that was declawed. And I adopted him when he was 2, and I watched him suffer his whole life. And I will say this, I think there was someone speaking before me that says this might reduce their lifespan. My cat lived to 24 years old. And especially the last few years of his life, he suffered badly because he had problems walking on his paws. And towards the last week or 2 of his life, he lost the fur. The fur was gone from his paws, and you could see the knuckles. Boom. There was nothing there. And it was awful because I had to make the decision, do I put him down? Do I keep him alive? And this is a horrific thing to do. And I always, I mentioned this last time, I said, when I got that cat and I saw how much he was suffering without those claws, that if I had one choice between someone giving me $1 million or giving my cat his claws back, hands down, I would give my cat his claws back. This is just, it's unbearable to me that we are here constantly doing this same bill, wasting taxpayer money, sitting here for 3 hours going over the same testimony. There is a very easy solution for that. Pass something, please. Please. Because I got to tell you right now, I have 2 state reps ready to do this again. That's two more years that this is going to happen. Something has to be done. Please, please do this. And I will say that I'm kind of curious about why, you know, we don't deal with facts. We deal with what if, slippery slope. We deal with these things. The facts are this is being done. The facts are this is mutilation of an animal. And the fact is that these animals suffer. Please do something. Please stop this from happening. I am begging you. If you had seen, I wish I had taken pictures of his paws. I mean, that cat was my baby. He was my baby. So it's very hard for me to listen to some of this. You know, a slippery slope. Nobody knows what's going to happen 5 seconds from now. The roof could cave in. Nobody knows the future. If you legislate on slippery slope, what does that do? No bills would ever be heard because anyone could make that argument. We are here dealing with this today. We are talking about cats, not dogs. Dogs is a separate species. This is a cat bill. I'm just going to leave with, again, this bill will keep coming around on that lazy Susan, the circle. I'll make sure of it. And I owe that to my cat. Thank you very much.
Questions? Representative Potenza.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry. When did you adopt the cat? Like, when was that?
I adopted the cat in Texas, and then he died in 2019. So, you know, it was in the 90s that I adopted him, and, you know, maybe the procedure has gotten better, but, you know, I gotta tell you, it sounds a little wonky to me to say, oh, now it's better because they only do this, they only do this. If it's anything more than nail clipping, something is being done. Something serious is being done to that cat. You know, and as far as, well, spay and neuter, humans, we get, you know, males get vasectomies. I mean, it's a bizarre thing to use that as some kind of an argument to say why we should, you know, keep this procedure in place. And as far as, you know, there's a veterinarian and the owner, and it's between them. There's a third party. It's called the cat. Cat can't talk to us. The cat can't tell us, please don't take off my fingers. You know, I'm sure that if the cat actually could talk to us, it would say, yeah, I really want to keep my fingers. Please. So, you know, I really urge you, again, please pass something, anything.
All right. Thank you. Representative Haskins.
I'm sorry, I missed your name and town.
Christina Snyder. I live in Chester, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your testimony today. Michelle Franson Conroy. You've asked for 3 minutes.
It might not take as long as 3 minutes either. I'm Michelle Franson Conroy. I'm a lifelong Concord resident. I'm here on behalf of myself. Thank you for having us be able to come here and give testimony. I'm here to talk about firsthand knowledge of watching the aftermath right after the cat has its claws declawed. Sorry. So I went to school at UNH for a degree in animal science, and I had a job right afterwards at a local here in Concord animal hospital, and I worked out back, and I was in charge of cleaning the kennels, checking on the animals after surgery, and I can't tell you how many times that they were mostly the young cats getting declawed, and they would be all bandaged up, have these big bandages on them, and they would be wailing as they're coming out of the anesthesia, and they would be like kind of banging their hands, trying to get the bandages off, kind of out of it. and the cage would be full of blood. Like, they would manage to somehow get the bandages off from scraping across it. Then they would have to go take them and rebandage them, sometimes even another time after that. And it didn't happen one or two times. Like, it happened in most of the cats. They would just be wailing. It was just an awful sight. And I mean, blood everywhere. So, I mean, that's going to make it even worse trying to get that to heal up because they're, aggravating that suture site. And it just happened so much, and I just felt so bad for these cats. I don't know what the veterinarians, I never asked them, but what they thought of that, because I'm sure they knew that that was happening all the time. But I just wanted to speak to that firsthand knowledge of witnessing the cats right afterwards, getting the cat declaw procedure done. It was just horrible. So please pass this bill.
Thank you. How long ago was that you were working in that facility?
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to name the facility, but it was in Concord. It was the early 1990s. So I'm not sure if they still perform it the same way.
Probably
I mean,
not.
there's only so many ways you can cut the first knuckle. I mean, I would imagine it's still the same procedure. Maybe the bandaging is differently now, but.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Tony McClellan.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony McClellan. I'm a resident of New Hampshire, and I'm here today to voice my support for HB 201. It is an important bill, and the time has come. The ban on declawing needs to happen. It's a cruel and inhumane practice, and I know this firsthand. So if you can imagine your fingers being cut off at the first knuckle, and in many cases it's the fingers and toes cut off. And then if you imagine you being sent out there saying, go live your life. This practice needs to stop. And how do I know that it's cruel and inhumane? Because I've witnessed the surgery many times, and I've witnessed the outcome of it. Most of my career, I've been a wildlife biologist for 25 years, so I saw it firsthand in wildcats, and it crippled them and killed them in many cases. Some of them couldn't even get to their water bowl, and they died, crippled from this procedure. And in the case of domestic animals, I served as the director of operations for a very large animal shelter, taking in over 4,000 animals a year and contracting with 22 towns. With those 22 towns, whether it was the animal control officer, a veterinarian, a police officer, or a resident, we could not say no to that animal. We had to take it in. And many of them were declawed cats being returned. This is not an N of one. This is an N of thousands. And I saw the aftermath, their paws, the surgery, as I know it today, is still a cutoff at the knuckle. And it is still brutal. Many of these animals were returned to the shelter because a very fear of, well, scratching or biting my baby or my toddler. Well, they didn't before, but they did after. So they were returned to the shelter. They urinating, defecating outside the litter box. Why? Because it's too painful to go inside the litter box. The pain after the procedure, some with pain meds, some without, even with constant pain medication, the cats writhing in pain, howling throughout their lives. So, because at the shelter as director, I would not euthanize these cats, I ended up with many of them. And they led a life of pain. And again, this isn't an N of one, it's an N of thousands. And it is cruel and inhumane. And what does it say about us as a people, as a culture, if we don't stop this cruel and inhumane treatment? And there is that provision in there that when it's medically necessary, go ahead and do it. all that is necessary, as this quote that I love so much goes, all that is necessary for evil to prevail in this world is for good people to do nothing. And I'll just end with there is data out there, and I would be happy to provide that. Not only what I saw firsthand at the shelter, thousands, because we took in many years, almost 5,000 animals, most of which were cats. So I'll just end with a quote from the great Martin Luther King. Laws cannot change hearts, but they can restrain the heartless. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your testimony. I was very much interested in the perspective of a shelter operator. Is it easier to get a cat adopted with or without claws?
There are a lot of people that ask for declawing or declawed cats. So what I implemented after seeing the effects of declawing, I implemented a no adoption policy if their intent was to declaw. Now, could I control that after they left the shelter? No, but those cats often returned, and when they returned, who wants to adopt a cat that is urinating or defecating outside the box, or that's writhing in pain, or that has behavioral issues and now they bite and scratch much more than they did before? No one. So I ended up with a lot of these cats, and in many shelters I refused to do it, but in many shelters they're euthanized. So when the word got out, shelters started bringing their cats to us because they knew we wouldn't euthanize a declawed cat.
Follow up, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't precise in what I was asking. The cats that you had that had already been declawed, did people come in and take them? Was there, like, did they take those cats more than the clawed ones, the ones that still had claws? And the ones who did take the declawed cats, did they bring them back to you because they found out they had problems they weren't anticipating?
I wouldn't say that more adopted declawed than that still had their claws. A lot of people ask for declawed cats, but when discussing what declaws did and seeing the cats when they went to adopt them, their favorite cat, maybe they wanted that particular Maine Coon or what have you, when they saw their behavior or how they reacted, they didn't adopt them. But more, I'm sorry, the second part of your question again?
I didn't know if there was also a high return rate for people who did take a declawed cat from your shelter.
Yes, there was. Unfortunately, yes, there was a high return rate.
Thank you.
I have a question, and then Representative Potenza. Do you still work in that shelter now, or how long ago was this that you worked in this shelter?
I worked in the shelter. It's been 9 years. No, I recently retired as the health inspector of the city of Portsmouth. No, that was not, and that was right before that. It was 9 years ago.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
That was my question.
Oh, okay, there you go. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. I have one
Appreciate it.
last comment. Yearly, I make a point to call 8 to 10 veterinarians to see, just I'm a resident, can I declaw my cat? And the answer, most always 9 out of 10 is yes, I declaw. Thank you.
Call Lauren Martin. You asked for 3 minutes.
I'll be quick. Most of what I wanted to say has been said.
Thank you.
So my name is Lauren Martin. I live in Amherst, New Hampshire, and I am here to testify in support of HB 201. I have had cats my entire life, animals in general. I'm a big proponent of animal welfare, and I believe declawing is inhumane. More often than not, the only reason people seek to declaw their cat is due to scratching, and cats are constantly growing and shedding their claws, so if that's just not something people can deal with, I think it's hard to, at that point, own a cat, but there are so many alternatives at this point. that declawing just shouldn't be necessary. You can get nail caps which go over the claw. They are dull, they are rubber, they're not going to hurt you. You can add more acceptable scratching surfaces to your own home. Just routinely trimming the claws yourself or your veterinarian is so simple, and so many hospitals, including Blue Pearl and the VCA, have banned declawing. 42 countries and states like Maryland, New York, most recently in the past month, Massachusetts have banned it. And I think that's also another point that should be brought up. Now that Massachusetts is outlawing declawing, we're their border state. If they want to declaw and there are still people here offering it, those people are going to come here to do it. I think at this point, it has been acknowledged that this is inhumane and should not continue, so I greatly urge you to support HB 201.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony today. Representative Christine Silbert? Oh, she left. Okay. Joan O'Brien, New Hampshire Animal Rights League.
So thank you, Chair Aaron, and members of the committee for allowing me to speak. So I'm Joan O'Brien from Amherst, and I am here representing the New Hampshire Animal Rights League, and we're in support of HB 201. The New Hampshire Animal Rights League was formed almost 50 years ago in 1977 with the goal of protecting animals from harm. Retiring the declaw procedure will not only protect countless cats from disfigurement, it might also save the lives of some veterinarians. Veterinarians face the highest suicide rate of any profession. It's a high-stress job, takes an emotional toll on them watching animals suffer and die. And another contributing factor is being forced to perform procedures that you ethically oppose. And in some practices, if the practice does declaws, you have to perform them because you work there. One veterinary wrote on a message board, "I think killing myself might be the only way to stop the pain I feel about declawing cats." So is it happening in New Hampshire? We've been discussing this quite a bit. I don't know what number would be enough. We've had all sorts of anecdotal numbers today. A 2024 Wall Street Journal article said that 22% of this country's 100 million cats are declawed. Some are here. A random phone survey that was done in 2023 of 20 vets turned up 5 who declaw in New Hampshire. They're at the end of my testimony. And a few days ago, I called Black Rocks Veterinary Hospital in Fremont, and the woman who answered told me that they do declaws. So why don't we just wait for this to go away on its own? I mean, you know, it's falling out of favor, right? We can just keep educating and just waiting. And as Rep. Potenza brought up, you know, they don't teach it in vet school anymore. But I think that doing nothing would be a grave disservice to cats and our constituents who are the majority are in favor of banning this procedure. Enacting the law is essential to send the powerful societal message that declawing is unacceptable, and the law is the most efficient way and expedient way to just stop this practice. I'm not in favor of some sort of an amendment about human health, only because the CDC does not recommend declawing in the case of immunocompromised people or people on blood thinners. And in addition, the National Institutes of Health does not recommend it, and a few others that I've listed in my testimony. They recommend behavior modification. Sometimes people will say, well, isn't it better than, you know, the cat getting euthanized? I think that's a false dichotomy that comes up all the time. That there are other options. It's not an either or. If if you can't manage the cat's behavior, like for example, you have a child and the child keeps pulling the cat's tail and the cat's going to scratch them, you ask yourself, is causing this cat pain and removing a body part, is that what I want to do? Or should I just give the cat a better home, a different home? And there was a study done in British Columbia where they have banned declawing that actually showed, it was done in 2022, that the number of surrenders after a cat's declawed, the number of surrenders did not change, and the number of owners decided to euthanize actually went down after they passed this ban for declawing in British Columbia. One more point, will declawing be bad for business? Reportedly, we don't have enough veterinarians and vet techs in New Hampshire to meet the demand. So removing declawing from the menu shouldn't put anybody out of business. And great positive note, they can do reconstructive paw surgery now. So that could be a new service that veterinarians could offer to fill out their menu. So thank you, and please support the bill so we can relegate this debilitating surgery to a sad chapter in veterinary history. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. One more pink card today from Angela Ferrari from Dog Owners. And my apologies to those waiting for the recessed bill that we had earlier today. We will get to that shortly, hopefully.
I'll make it quick. So just to reintroduce myself, Angela Ferrari, Dog Owners of the Granite State, but I do want to reiterate that we do have membership who are cat owners and cat breeders, and they were definitely included in our position on this bill, which is that we do oppose it. A lot of great information has already been covered, so I'm not going to go into my full testimony. I did pass out a copy, but I do want to remind everyone that the medical professionals in the industry with the veterinarians do need to maintain their autonomy to also maintain that vet-patient relationship in making these type of decisions. In all of my own animal ownership, I take what my vet shares with me for knowledge, education, recommendation to heart when we're deciding what is appropriate for my cat or my dog. I do think it's important to reiterate that 8-year-old outdated information or data shouldn't be considered as part of this bill, and that more recent data, as shared by the New Hampshire VMA, shows 20% or less performing these procedures. When we did our own calls to try and identify if there were veterinarians, just doing a local call, we did not find any who were doing it. So I think, there's definitely some data collection that could be done. I do think that we would support doing that type of collection to make sure that we're making decisions based on facts, because over the past 5 years that we've heard this bill, this being the 4th time, we've never had that data, and it's always been very skewed and seemed that there was very minimal procedures happening in New Hampshire. I did want to mention regarding the procedure just to remove the nail itself. That is considered an onychectomy, and I probably pronounced that wrong, and that is listed in here. So that would be the newest version of the ability to remove strictly a claw without removing knuckles or anything like that, and doing the gluing procedure. That would still be banned as part of this bill. I do also want to mention that the AVMA's position is that there's no scientific evidence that decline leads to behavioral abnormalities when it is compared to cats outside of the control group, and that the survey that they did only found 1% of cat owners reported behavioral changes after decline. So I think with advanced technologies to do procedures properly, they're not seeing the numbers that were being seen in the 90s. The 90s, the procedures were a lot different, and it was a very popular procedure. We've seen a humongous decline in people even being interested in the procedure, let alone the vets that are actually doing the procedure at this time. So I don't think we should be comparing data from what people were seeing in the 90s. Another interesting point, it's been mentioned that there's a lot of declawed cats that end up in the shelters. In 2023, the Department of Agriculture here in New Hampshire, the commissioner reported that 1,596 cats were imported into the state. So I just want to raise that piece of data for people to realize that if the shelters are seeing an issue with declawed cats in the shelters, the probability that those cats are coming from southern states where they're still performing the procedure at high rates, that's likely why those cats are ending up in New Hampshire shelters, not because the procedure is being done in New Hampshire and people are relinquishing their cats to the shelters. And two last pieces. One, I don't think it's very professional or appropriate for us to be threatened here that this bill is going to keep coming back if it doesn't make it through this committee today. We've already seen it 4 times. We don't want to see it again, but I don't think that we should be making legislative decisions because somebody says that they're going to make us go through this process again next year. And the last thing, Dog Owners of the Granite State does believe that this is a gateway bill that is going to open up not only this procedure down the road, but other procedures such as crop, dock, artificial insemination, debarking, and then we get into the farming as well. We've got teeth nipping, dehorning, amongst other things. So this really is a gateway to just start adding in other procedures to this bill. And that continues to deteriorate the professional autonomy of the veterinarians and that patient relationship. So with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking questions. I'm really glad that you're the last person speaking today, being an opponent of the bill. The reason why is because there's one group of people that I found interestingly absent today, and that is anybody who has had this procedure and just had fantastic results and said that their cat lived happy, healthy lives, pain-free. Why are there none of them here today? Thank you.
I actually can speak to that point. I wanted to stick kind of to the other type of facts, but when I grew up in the 90s, we had a cat who was declawed. His name was Biffy, and I have mentioned him to this group before at prior bills, but he lived a completely normal, happy life. We never had any issues with him. He could climb trees, he could catch chipmunks, and he lived into old age happily. We had other cats that weren't declawed, but for whatever reason, my father decided that Biffy needed to be declawed, but he had no issues, and he actually outlived the other 2 cats that had claws. Clearly not related, but it didn't impact his quality of life in any way. Now, we don't declaw our cats that we have. We haven't had a reason to, but that is an example. And if you would like to hear from people who have had more positive experiences, I can reach out and try and have them contact you.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
I just wanted to say I'm no comedian, but I think it would be funny if there was one here to make a joke about the dog owners being opposed to the cat help bill. It's like Tom and Jerry.
We have cat breeders and owners in
No,
our
I know, and
group.
I don't mean to disrespect your
No, I
opposition.
know.
You brought
I know
up good testimony. It's just-
It gets brought up each year
Yeah.
because of the name of our group, so.
Thank you. Kelly. Representative Potenza, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Madam Chair. I do that stuff all the time. Just a quick question, because it was based upon the numbers that you gave in regards with the shelters taking in, 1,500 some odd from. Why not part of the reporting piece that that a lot of us are talking about, so we could actually have hard facts? Wouldn't it be great to incorporate right now, today, 2025, how many cats are in shelters and how many are declawed, whether they, and of course they'll know if it's a New Hampshire cat or if it came from another state. Wouldn't that be great information for us to all have to make our decisions?
I mean, I don't see why not, as long as, we do know where that cat came from who was declawed, because I think we would see that it's not a New Hampshire issue. It's not something that's being done in New Hampshire, creating a problem in shelters for New Hampshire, that those cats are being imported in. But it would definitely be a valid piece of data.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today, this afternoon. Can I get the blue sheet for this hearing? And I want to just report that from the online portal, testimony shows 152 people in support of this bill and 95 opposed. For the blue sheet, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people opposed, 3, 6, 7 people for. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 201, prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. I am going to reopen the hearing for HB 215, requiring a landfill permit applicant to submit a report listing potential harms and benefits of the project. So we're going to switch gears. I am going to, okay, thank you. I'm going to invite up Director Wimsat, as he was the last person to testify, and I believe the committee may have had some further questions regarding getting potential harms and benefits reports for projects being considered for landfill permits. So did anybody from the committee have any further questions? Representative Gruber.
Thank you for coming
And
back.
thank you so much for rearranging your schedule and coming back. And my sincere apologies for being yet another half hour late.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had 1 or 2 more questions. I'll ask you one. We were just about to speak about the issue of, in the draft legislation, of appointing a independent third party to do this analysis of the net public benefit. And it doesn't say who would hire this firm or individual in the draft legislation. So I was going to ask you your thoughts about whether that, it does say that would be paid for by the contractor. So my question to you, do you think it'd be best for DES to be the person who chooses this person to do this analysis? That's in line, I don't have line numbers, I guess, here. That's under D, second line. Line 14? Yeah, line 14.
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I agree with you that it's not clear from the language in the bill who actually selects or hires that person as I read it now. Again, what it suggests is that a third party, independent third party would conduct it on behalf of the host community or other abutting municipalities. So I don't want to speak, I don't know what the sponsor's intent was, so I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Do you think, so you don't know whether it'd be best for the agency to choose the individual or the party that's being requesting the permit?
I guess I would be a little concerned about the agency selecting. I don't know how much, or if we have any expertise or knowledge about the sort of consulting community that might be likely to do that kind of work. There's never a perfect way to do this. If the agency were to select a particular company based on whatever criteria were provided, some people would probably be happy with that selection and others might not, depending on whether they thought it was a good selection or not. Right now, I'm not sure that I really know what companies and what sector of the private industry, would be qualified to do this work.
I have a quick follow-up, that's okay.
Quick follow-up, sure.
Quick follow-up is that I thought the same thing over lunch, and found out 3 groups, for example, Society of Risk Analysis, Society for Benefit Cost Analysis, or the National Association of Environmental Professionals, groups like that. I'm sure you know of many of these groups. Could they be helpful at kind of identifying a pool of contractors that actually have the capacity to do the work properly?
I suspect they could, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
I don't have personal knowledge of that, but I'd anticipate that folks like that would have some good ideas.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Questions? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for being here again this afternoon. So I've been going through the bill, and I have a question for you, and I'm having a hard time defining something. Net public benefit, can you explain to me what that means?
No, I can't. I mean, again, I didn't draft the bill, so I don't know what is intended, and I don't want to speak for the sponsor or the drafter. My understanding from reading the bill is that it's an attempt to get a broader perspective on the possible benefits associated with the siting of a facility. Right now, as we discussed earlier in the hearing, the statute really looks at kind of three things. Does the proposed facility meet some kind of calculated capacity need for waste disposal? Is it consistent with the provisions of the solid waste management plan? And is it consistent with the hierarchy, or does it help to advance the hierarchy of waste management preferred options? This seeks to, as I read it, to include a broader perspective of looking at possible harms or benefits that might be associated with the facility that go beyond just providing capacity or being consistent with the state's plan for managing solid waste, and goes to more really local and regional community issues like economic impacts, noise, traffic, transportation issues.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I used to work with planners, and we would send out RFPs to get consultants to help us on projects and to broaden our expertise. And to me, this seems like an opportunity for DES to talk to somebody who doesn't do exactly what you do. But what I wonder about is how much would you prioritize like the benefits over the harm, or how would you sort through the information that you get?
That's a great question. That's a question that we've asked ourselves in reading this bill, and I don't think the bill really quite goes there or gives any clear guidance on how you would. It doesn't say it's a cost benefit analysis. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say how to, it doesn't provide any kind of basis for scoring various benefits versus various harms. So it's really difficult to say how whether it's the agency or some other party, how that would be analyzed.
Follow up, yep.
So could you make suggestions on how to sort of what information would be important to you and how you would prioritize it in order to improve the bill?
Well, I guess, just right here and now with your question, I'm not prepared to tell you here's how you should score it and here's what wins and what doesn't. But certainly, I think, as a permitting authority, the agency has had to make difficult decisions in the past. And there certainly have been times where issues and impacts beyond the scope of what the agency's charged with evaluating have been a concern that have been expressed by the community members or others. And I think that's why our testimony is that we do think that a broader look at some of these impacts is indicated and is important, and we're willing to work with the legislature to try to sort out what that might look like.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Just quickly, because I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, the intention is for it to be for, the person that's putting in a permit to not DES to though go find the independent party. It would be the responsibility of that, but I'm sure it could be, the committee could amend that to that. I also my question here is, there's so many things that are in this paragraph that talk about things that are in your preview. So
that's right.
From your previous testimony, it looks as if you were saying that the state's environmental department doesn't have a single person in its building that's actually capable of reading, not writing, just reading a report that discusses the harms of an environmental project. Is that true?
No, first I'll say everyone I've worked with at the department is an excellent reader, so we're certainly capable of reading those things. And I'm glad you asked the question, because I don't want it to sound like everything in that paragraph describes areas that we're not qualified to evaluate. In fact, many of the things in that paragraph are specifically addressed in the directives the legislature has given us and in the administrative rules that we've advanced that we have a direct responsibility to evaluate those things. And those things would include groundwater and surface water pollution, and air emissions from the facility. We absolutely look at those things, and we're, I think, well positioned to do that. And I'm not suggesting that this bill should take that away from the department and give it to a different group. What I'm suggesting is there are areas outside of our areas of expertise that would benefit from the expertise of others other than department employees.
Okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Wimsatt. So would you think then, if we did the CBA with people who are organized to do cost-benefit analyses, and that we have the expertise of the department and the permits that have to be acquired for air and water, that we could together, and I like Representative Howard's RFP idea, get some names and review those names and put together the CBA with the environmental impact that your department is surely authorized and able and ready to do, that we could put together something that would help us do this benefit versus harms. Again, I'm trying to get at the forest for the trees. You know, some of us believe that we need more data for the harms that any project could befall. And does that sound reasonable to you?
It does. I think that's been my testimony today. And I think that I do want to clarify, though, that depending on what circles you travel in, a cost-benefit analysis means a very particular thing. And I don't think that's what this bill is envisioning. Cost-benefit usually implies, you can think of costs in a broader sense, but often when you talk about a cost-benefit analysis, it's looking at what is the dollar value of what it's going to cost for a particular project, and then again weigh that against some assigned dollar value to the benefits. And I don't think that's what this bill is trying to do. It is an analysis of benefits and potential harms, and somehow reckoning between them to figure out whether a facility ought to be permitted or not. But I don't think it's actually a cost-benefit analysis.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Follow up.
And would there not be cost to the harms as well?
I'm not suggesting that you couldn't do it. I'm just saying that my understanding of the bill is that it doesn't seek to do what traditionally is called a cost-benefit analysis. That's all. It's just semantic.
Thank you.
I have a question, and then Representative Scully. So my question is, in this new paragraph, I mean, there are many areas where your department is certainly qualified to make a determination of harms versus benefits. But for the parts that they perhaps are not, would it be a good idea as part of this bill and as an amendment or whatever, that you would seek someone outside of the department, probably an independent contractor that you can do an RFP on, and then charge that work, the cost of that work, to the applicant? Is that something that you could see as a workable thing?
I think that is that's one construct that you could use. I don't think that's what I've suggested here in my testimony. What I've suggested in my testimony is exploring the idea of a separate decision-making body that would act first as part of a two-part decision-making process. But certainly, depending on how we're determined to work best, there are other examples of the agency having the authority to hire outside experts to advise it in its permitting processes. And so that's certainly something I think.
When you do that, do you normally bill whoever it is you're working with?
If the statute gives us the authority to do that, yes, that's what we would do.
Okay, good to know. Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, if I remember the testimony of the sponsor, he had said there were 16 other states that are now currently employing this type of approach for evaluation. So I would assume there's 16 different templates, potential templates to review and perhaps draw from to create something that we think would be workable for us. Has your agency done this in the past in terms of going look at how other people have done it and put together using, rather than reinventing the wheel completely, using what's been done before and come up with something that's best for us?
Sure, there's certainly a number of regulatory approaches we've taken where we looked at, surveyed what other states were doing to try to get ideas or to figure out what works well and what doesn't. I think as to the first part of your question, and I don't want to speak for the sponsor, but what I took from the sponsor's testimony was I thought he was speaking about 16 other states that have something like a federal a NEPA policy, a National Environmental Policy Act, environmental impact statement and assessment process. I didn't think he was talking specifically about for decisions about landfills, but I don't want to testify for him. So,
Okay. Representative Gruber.
Yes. First, is clarification. I think he was referring to the NEPA process in the other
correct.
states.
I believe
which is
that's
similar,
right.
but not the same. My question is, does DES currently is legally permitted to consider all harms and adverse impacts during your permitting process, or are you limited to certain things? And this would allow you to look at other things that are not currently permitted.
I do think that the statute gives us pretty clear direction on what areas we're to be evaluating and what and leaves out other areas. And so this, I think, it's a little unclear the way drafted, but it implies at least that the agency would be able to consider additional potential harms outside the scope of what we currently have authority for, yes.
Just quick, and what sort of areas were they? What sort of areas would that add to your permitting process that you can consider if this was
well, I guess if I understand your question, if you read the bill to say that the independent third-party analysis that's described in lines 12 through 20, which includes noise, odor, traffic, and emissions and transport impacts related to transportation to the facility. Those would be, I think, areas that we have some limited ability. We regulate noise and odor. The current rules say that noise and odor has to be limited to the extent practicable, but it doesn't really give us a specific authority to evaluate noise or odor impacts in the context of a permit decision, whether that's yay or nay. And then, I think that actually, and then traffic would be another one. We do have authority to evaluate traffic impacts very localized to the facility, but it's not clear that we really have authority to look at traffic impacts that are further afield from the facility.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very, very much for rearranging your schedule again to come back and testify. And
You're welcome. Thank you.
that goes for everybody else who's come back. I really appreciate that you've hung in there for us. With that, I'd like to call Amy Manzelli. That's from North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. Thank you. Good afternoon again.
There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I do have 2 hard copies there, and I did just email the committee during our break, so you have all that digitally. My name is Amy Manzelli, and I'm here on behalf of the North Country Alliance for Balanced Change to testify in support of HB 215. I did just want to go over some of the technicalities here. I have reviewed and analyzed the as introduced. I haven't seen the proposed amendment. We're in favor of, the language getting wordsmithed, some of the concepts getting tinkered with and improved, but we are not in favor of an amendment that would result in a study committee. So I just kind of wanted to set that forward. As I was thinking about sort of the RSA 149M, which of course is the statute that this bill tinkers with, you know, it dawned on me that big statutes like this, they're like all of our homes. You know, the to-do list is never done. I looked back over the legislative history and I found, I want to get the number right here. You all have amended this statute in 7 of the past 8 years. So you're tinkering, you're making it better. But just like that to-do list at home, it's never done. It's never going to be perfect. And so HB 215, it's just another opportunity to make RSA 149M even better. And I want to go over some of the points about how it does that. Obviously, you've heard just now and then earlier today, the crux of that is this net public benefit. Changing the language so it's a net public benefit, not just public benefit. We're not just going to stack up the benefits and see if they're enough. We're going to stack up the harms and we're going to do a balancing test. So the first thing that this statute, if this bill were enacted, the statute would do is it would make what is a very sensible clarification that it's only the facility applied for that can make enough benefits to be permitted. So if it's a solid waste facility expansion, then it's that expansion that needs to be analyzed. It's not the applicant's other facility at a different part of the state that can generate the benefits that would justify an expansion at the facility being applied for. So that's one of the changes. We're talking, when we're adding up the benefits and the harms, and we're looking at the net public benefit, we're only thinking about the harms and the benefits of the facility being applied for. So that's number one. Number two, and this came up with Director Wimsatt's testimony, I wanted to make sure that the committee is aware the approach that this bill uses is based on well-settled New Hampshire law. And the two examples that I've given you here are with zoning boards of adjustment when they consider a variance. One of the variance criteria, which is set in state law, and I have the citation there for you, it's 674-33 Roman 1-2C, is that substantial justice has to be done. This is a balancing test. That means any loss to the applicant that is not outweighed by a gain to the general public. So you're balancing the harms and the benefits of a project in the context of a variance if you're sitting as the zoning board. And just like as proposed in this bill, the zoning board has the authority to hire its own consultants to assess the harms and benefits of the project. Now, I know there was discussion earlier that this bill envisions the applicant doing the hiring of the independent third party. It's a little bit of a distinction without a difference in my view, because I've seen this unfold hundreds of times. It's a collaborative approach. The applicant and whatever the decision-making body is, be it a zoning board, planning board, site evaluation committee, what have you, they work together to identify the consultant, to identify the scope of work. The scope of work is going to say what the consultant is going to do, when they're going to do it, how much it's going to cost. All of that is pre-agreed upon because the applicant does not want to pay for it, only to find out that the decision maker wanted a little bit something different. So they work together collaboratively to get the study done, and then the application is processed. The other thing I wanted to highlight here is RSA 162H. This is the siting statute for energy generation and transmission facilities, the Site Evaluation Committee, sort of like a statewide zoning board for power plants and transmission lines. Same thing. They have the power to hire their own experts, and they routinely do. So this sort of concept, it works really well. Now, I also wanted to mention the Site Evaluation Committee citing laws because of another aspect there that is similar to what is proposed here. That law recognizes, you don't even have to debate about it. It just recognizes that energy transmission and energy generation projects have adverse effects. They just do. Okay, we're just gonna, everybody comes to the table with that acknowledgement. We're not even gonna try to pretend that they don't. The key in that statute is if the project has unreasonable adverse effects, you're not gonna get a certificate of site. If the applicant can show that you don't, this is the lawyer double negative, if you don't have unreasonable adverse effects, then you get your certificate of site. And that's what HB 215 seeks to do. Let's just acknowledge an expanded or a new solid waste facility is going to have adverse effects. So let's balance it up and make sure the ones that are cited are the ones that have a net public benefit, just like some of our other well-settled New Hampshire law. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk about the capacity need. I think this was brought up earlier. This is a direct response from the invitation from the New Hampshire Supreme Court in a December 2023 decision where the New Hampshire Supreme Court said, you know, we have one party here who says capacity need means, you know, you have to, the landfill, the solid waste applicant has to show that the landfill is needed every second of every day of every year for its entire operational lifetime. And the other side said, no, you know, we just have to show like it's needed for one day. HB 215 rejects these polar opposite positions and takes a middle of the road common sense approach. And it says the applicant just has to show that you are filling a need for solid waste disposal half the time that you're going to be operating. So it considered these two polar opposite positions that were involved in that lawsuit, and it chose, you know, right down the middle of the road approach. That's what I have for the committee today. It's all documented in the letter that I submitted in your record. I would welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you laying out a lot of these points for us. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Ms. Manzelli.
Manzelli,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, that should be a little bit better. Thinking about, I liked your explanation of the way that we already have a model for getting outside consultants in New Hampshire law. And I'm wondering if you think that the bill as introduced needs to clarify that portion of how it works a little bit better.
As I read the bill, I do see that it is ambiguous as to who would be doing that, whether the applicant or the agency. But I did hear, and I keyed into the sponsor's explanation, that the intention was to not constrain the agency. And when you learn administrative law in law school, they give you this analogy that administrative law is like a paint by numbers, and you all, the lawmakers, you pick the colors and you make the shapes and you fill in the numbers of where the colors are supposed to go, but the agencies actually paint the painting. They have to paint within the boundaries and they have to use the colors that you set forth, but they get to do the painting. And so I took that to mean that it was the sponsor's intention that the agency would fill in those details with the rulemaking.
Thank you. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I hope my question is appropriate, but I've got your written testimony here, and I'm just curious because in the letterhead, it says BCM Environmental and Land Law, PLLC, but then you're representing North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. Can you just explain why, like what the relationship between the two of those are, and also just a little bit about what North Country Alliance for Balanced Change is all about? I hope that question is appropriate.
I'll allow it if it's brief.
Sure. I am the attorney for North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. BCM Environmental and Land Law is my law firm. That's where I'm employed. And NCABC is my longtime client. I'm going to punt on what NCABC is about because we have one of their folks here who can do a better explanation on that than I can. But generally, they are a nonprofit organization advocating for a balance in our development and preserving the North Country.
Thank you for that. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a great explanation. Thank you so much. It's so much clarification for me. It's about halfway through you said, if you meet the criteria for benefits, like if the benefits outweigh the harm, then you get the permit. I mean, is it an automatic? Is it, or do you just get to advance to making your application?
That I was referencing, I believe, the unreasonable adverse effects, which is the language used in RSA 162H, which governs the siting of energy transmission facilities and transmission and generation facilities. I was simplifying. It is not a simple process, just like the process for obtaining a solid waste permit currently. It's a complicated process, and there's a rather short set of statutory standards, and then there's an elaborate set of rules that support those. And so there's a lot of boxes to be checked off, and I don't mean to use a check off the box analogy to say that it's not qualitative, because it's quite qualitative. There are lots of reports, lots of analysis that go into the approval, but yes, if you can demonstrably satisfy no unreasonable effect, then your project should be permitted.
Follow up yet?
Could you say that phrase again? That like no what?
Sure. No unreasonable adverse effect.
Thank you.
Yep. And the statute that contains all that is referenced in my letter if you want to look it up.
Representative Potenza.
I would love you to, thank you, Madam Chair. I would love you to speak briefly on what you just said, because I think it's so important from previous testimony that we've had to make this clear that when someone is putting in their permit application, these things aren't looked at in the sense of for any sort of public benefit, net public benefit, let's say air pollution for one. Mm-hmm. All they're doing is checking off a box saying that we're following federal law, correct? Can you speak to that? How we're not looking at, it's not an analysis of all of these other entities. It's just basically saying, okay, yeah, we're going to follow federal law.
Yep. Yes, thank you for the question. It is a little bit tricky, because, for example, there is an Air Resources Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, and I'm sure that this bill is not saying duplicate the exact same work that the Air Resources Division is doing again. I think what this bill is saying, and I think Director Wimsatt did a good job explaining this, the current law really lays out 3 areas, which you could think about as 3 constraints. Does the solid waste facility meet a capacity need? Are we all generating trash, which we all do, and there's no more hole to put it in, and it can't be recycled, it can't be composted, et cetera. It needs to be landfilled. So is there a capacity need? As you all know, especially this committee, there is a solid waste management plan. So does this project satisfy whatever that says at the current time? And there's the solid waste hierarchy, which I mentioned in my letter. Source reduction, recycling and reuse, composting, waste to energy, incineration without resource recovery, and then last call, landfilling. So does this project satisfy that hierarchy? The department is constrained, from considering things outside of that. So, a rather humorous example is like, well, what about the seagulls? What about the noise and the nuisance and the excrement of seagulls? Like, That's a real impact. Is that something that the department can consider? You know, and Director Wimsatt touched on a couple others, you know, traffic. The Department of Transportation is probably going to be implicated in any project expansion or new project because there's likely going to need to be a new or amended driveway permit. But the Department of Transportation is likely not going to be considering noise or emissions, especially statewide, or the leachate hauling aspects of what's going to be in the trucks. So there's a lot that is worthy of consideration that the department is not, under current law, arguably empowered to consider.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you all. We really appreciate your work on this.
And I'd like to call Henry Vayu from Waste Management. And then we have two more.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of Waste Management, which owns and operates the Turnkey landfill in Rochester. We took members of the committee out there last spring. Not everyone was able to attend, and I know there are new members on this committee. We'd be happy to do another tour this spring. I think it's informative. But I'm just here to speak about the impact of this bill on an existing landfill like the Turnkey landfill in Rochester. It's a 1,455 acre site. Waste Management has been operating it since 1983. So they've been operating it there for over 40 years. It has permitted capacity that will take us to 2034 or more. The permit requires it to be open until June of 2034, but the way they've been managing and depleting its capacity, it will likely last a little longer than 2034. It has undeveloped land at that site that could they could expand, which would bring its life into the following decade. If they wanted to expand, they would have to go through the process of getting a permit and going through this public benefit process. They've gone through it 6 times in the 40 years. They have been able to demonstrate a public benefit. There has been a need for the capacity, and I think Representative Germana, Director Wimsatt, and Attorney Mazzelli explained what's involved in the current public benefit demonstration. The statute directs the department to look at a 20-year horizon and determine whether over that next 20 years, we have enough capacity to put New Hampshire generated trash into the facility. It also requires them to look in context of the hierarchy. Landfilling is down the bottom. It's reuse. There are a number of other ways to manage it. And it also has to compare it to the solid waste management plan. So right now, if the Turnkey landfill wants to expand and extend the life of that facility, which they currently can do beyond 2034, 35, they would have to go through this process. And so this bill would apply in that instance. And looking at the new language in bold on lines 12 through 20 of the bill, Waste Management would have to pay for an assessment to be conducted to determine the potentially harmful impacts on human health, property values, tourism, outdoor recreation, and wildlife. And it further states that such impacts may be noise, odor, traffic, groundwater pollution, surface water pollution, greenhouse gas, and emissions from transport of solid waste. And what I'm trying to say today is that all these conditions currently exist, and they've existed at that site for 40 years. And so just questioning the utility and the value of doing this assessment on an existing facility, the noise will probably be the same. The odor will probably be the same. The traffic transporting the waste will be the same. And so I just question whether there's any value and utility in imposing this on a facility that's been around for 40 years and is looking to expand. And that's basically my testimony for today.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairwoman Aaron. So would you say, now I guess I'll ask my first question, which would be, you said that you have been able to demonstrate benefit over the course of the last 40 years. My first question would be, is that analysis available to the public where that had been done? Can the public look at what those assessment looked like from DES and maybe from the town where your facility is? That'd be my first question.
Yeah, so RSA 149 M11, the public benefit requirement, it lists in here what it directs the department to do to figure out whether there is that public benefit. I'm assuming that all of that is all public record and available through the state. Yes.
I'm sorry, follow up. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The follow-up I would have is, given the fact that we heard testimony that the statute has changed 7 times in 8 years, and I imagine it's changed a decent amount over the course of the last 40 years, don't you think it would behoove a facility, or I guess rather, don't you think that it would be necessary for a facility if it was going to go through an expansion, given the fact how much rules change over 40 years, to have to go through an analysis like that?
I'm not saying we shouldn't have to go through the public benefit analysis. What I'm saying is that the new conditions and things that the assessment that is being called for in this bill doesn't really seem to apply to an existing facility where all those conditions currently exist. That's all.
One more follow up.
The final follow-up I would have is, I guess maybe we could flesh this out in an email exchange or something like that, but I guess I don't necessarily see how any of those conditions outlined in the bill wouldn't apply to a facility that is currently existing. Pollution, air, noise,
Correct.
all those things
But
would still
things
apply.
like property values. Those properties are already next to the facility.
Okay.
They know it could expand, so I'm sure those impacts are already exist. We don't have to have someone make an assumption that if you bring this thing in, it's going to drop property values or whatever, because those properties, the impact is already there.
Okay.
And the traffic, the trucks going in to the facility, they'll probably be the same. The number of odor complaints, you can look over 40-year history and get a sense of what they are. And we're going to do a heck of a lot better job at addressing those. But I think the things that this bill is calling for are already known in an existing facility.
Okay.
And maybe that part of, the benefit, this net public benefit, doesn't really need to be conducted on. Because I think largely the consultants will say what's existed for 40 years is probably going to continue to exist over the next 10 years. This facility is there. And is there a lot of value in doing that?
Okay, Representative Potenza and then Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I agree with you, and I'm, of course, a representative in Rochester, so I'm very familiar with the landfill turnkey. So basically, we're saying that we already know what the impacts are, and we know what they've been over 40 years. So I agree with you. I don't think this is necessary for that. But just based upon like your experience in the field for, let's say, a brand new landfill that's going in, do you feel like the criteria that's in here can be identified? Is clear?
So you're asking about a facility where none exists, a proposal for a facility where none exists, a hypothetical. And I would say that certainly you could measure that stuff. I think you could hire consultants to tell you how much traffic will probably be best estimated to go there. Maybe the impact on the homes around there and whatnot. That is something that doesn't exist right now, so there might be some utility in that. Certainly more utility than doing it for a site where we already know what those are. But you certainly can hire consultants. The communities could hire consultants to come up with their best guess. Yeah.
Follow up. In regards with turnkey, and let's say you get to that date, 2034, 2035, asking for a 2 or 3 year extension or an expansion. It's helpful for you because you're just saying that these impacts are measurable. We have a 40-year history. Those impacts probably really wouldn't increase much, like let's say for Rochester. So all of the other things that you already do as a company with notifications and all that would already be in place, and all of these people would already know these impacts, correct?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to understand the nature of expansion. If a landfill is expanded and you say the impacts are already known, we have more trucks, we have more odor, we have more traffic. Wouldn't expanding the footprint? The phrase that comes to my mind is when you know better, you do better. So now we know a lot more about that than we did 20 years ago. So wouldn't the same benefit apply to an expansion, given that we now can assess new technology helps us to assess some of those factors?
So because they have a 40-year history there, and they've gone through 6 expansions, we know the number of trucks that are going in there. We have to log and have known all those years. Again, I think there'll be very little change because we'll be closing down a portion of the landfill that we won't be able to fill anymore. And just when they go to apply for a permit, they didn't apply for the permit for all 1,455 acres. They do it in bite sizes. And so the expansion that would occur and the use of that would probably be about equal to what the previous small bite size was. And so in that regard, there won't be a lot of difference. That's what I'm trying to say.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. But first off, I'd like to say thank you for the field trip last spring. For anyone that has not gone on it, it was eye-opening. I was absolutely amazed. So I just wanted to thank you for inviting us back. I do have a question for you, and I do understand after going on that field trip what you're talking about with odor and things like that. You're closing up one and adding another section as the expansion. My question to you is, you stated that current capacity right now is to 2034. Is that correct?
That's correct. The permit requires us to keep it open until 2034. So, there's a lot of talk about out-of-state trash. We turn away a lot of out-of-state trash because we have to guarantee for the state of New Hampshire a place to put that trash until 2034. So we have to monitor how much trash goes in there.
Okay. And if you need to, once you are getting close to, how long does it take for a process to happen to expand further? What is that process
So
look
they
like?
will have to begin soon. I mean, 2034 sounds like a while down the road, but they are going to have to begin soon, getting ready to submit, because otherwise, if they don't have the permit yet and the section is full, there's going to be a period of time where there will be a heck of a lot less capacity in the state. And so it's soon.
One more.
I guess, what is the time frame? Is it a 3-year time frame? Is it a 4-year time frame?
Let me
I
get
guess-
that exactly from Steve Pudgy. He that's what he does.
Thank you.
And I'll send an email to the committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Thank you for taking my question. So, you have not directly said this, but I'm wondering whether what you would prefer, or what the organization you represent would prefer, would be to simply have a waiver for existing as expansions of existing landfills, or whether it be some sort of modification where all of the current data that is known, such as the traffic rates, the odor control, et cetera, would be filed as like a baseline.
I think we'd prefer just to be exempted out, that existing facilities, the utility of this information, the exercise of going through this, we already have the information is what I'm saying. And so hiring consultants to do it.
So is
follow-up, yeah.
that information that you already submit to DES as for documentation along the way, and so do you submit to them reports on traffic and on odor complaints, et cetera?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because I'm in Rochester, I'd like to answer and ask a question as well. I have to say that Waste Management does a fantastic job of communicating with the constituents, even constituents that are very angry, whether it be about odors and all of that. Would you be amenable, if there is, in a sense, like a carve out for an extension, to be able to provide the information that on record, not saying you have to go hire a $50,000 consultant, because like I said, everybody kind of knows, especially in Rochester, what's going on. But I think that people like to see that. What you just said, people don't realize, like they're thinking a big, huge footprint, not just it's expanding, so the one closes and all of that kind of stuff. Would you be willing to still have that information come out to the public, all of the surrounding areas that are affected by the landfill?
Yeah, I mean, we know the number of trucks that are coming in and out. There's no secret about that. We can share that information. I think the department, I suspect they record when people complain about odors. And so I think there's probably a log of that. So that's known. Other information about the real estate values, those are known. So, I mean, to your question, I don't think we need to hire someone to do an assessment to get all that stuff, that it's already available.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you don't need to hire somebody to do it, is that information already available to the public? Are you, as Representative Germana or Bixby said, are you already providing that information to DES?
So
how could we access that
exists.
information?
To answer your question, if someone wanted to get it, they'd probably have to invest a little time and go look for it. I mean, because it's not probably packaged in one nice, neat little place. But the information is available. And yeah, so.
Okay, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm still stuck on this expansion thing. So would a potential expansion be the exact footprint of a part of the landfill that you'd already closed down?
You mean the number of acres and
Uh-huh.
whatnot? Obviously, they vary a little bit.
I would think. Mm-hmm.
But we would know, I mean, the department will want to, just as they have with the expansions to date, get some sort of guarantee, because right now the primary public benefit measurement is, do we need the capacity? And so they're going to want to hold you to keep to maintaining that capacity. And so, like with every permit to date, there will likely be, we want that room and capacity there until X date. And then you could do calculations about the number of, dumps it could be, the deposits of trash. This information could be gathered.
Follow up, Madam?
Follow up, yep.
So we're trying to get in this bill what Ms. Manzelli called the balancing act, right? Between benefits and harms.
Mhm.
So I'm not yet clear that an analysis shouldn't be done for an expansion, given it's on the other side of the 1,400 acres. There are other people living off that end, in that direction. I think it would be useful for an expansion, and I thought I heard you say that the communities could hire consultants, but of course, we don't think the communities should bear the burden of the cost. Is that clear?
I was just referring to the bill. So it says that there's an assessment shall be conducted on behalf of the host community and other abutting municipalities.
Right, on behalf of the
Right.
communities, not by the communities.
Right.
Yeah.
And as was described, it'd probably be the department with the permittee, the applicant.
Is going to
coming
bear
some
the
kind of
cost.
agreement. Yeah, the applicant would bear the cost.
Right. Exactly.
And a consultant would be found.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? One more. Okay.
So just a basic question. So, do you believe that in the next 20 years that the landfill would provide right now, based upon the criteria that you know, would be more of a public benefit than a harm with turnkey?
Yes.
Simple question.
Simple answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to call Nancy Morrison. Okay, sure.
Well, it's good afternoon now. My paperwork said good morning. Thank you
It's
for.
morning somewhere.
There you go. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. You've heard a lot already and it's late. Did I hear earlier that someone did ask who NCABC is? Okay. I'm a member of NCABC. I'm not a board member. The president and the vice president are usually here for these meetings, but both of them could not be here today. But briefly, NCABC stands for North Country Alliance for Balanced Change, and it is a volunteer grassroots organization. I brought this up here. It was founded in 2008 in the belief that a healthy economy in northern New Hampshire depends on a healthy environment. And they have three main goals. They're working toward stopping a massive landfill from fouling the North Country that would be sitting near pristine Forest Lake and in the middle of the Ammonoosuc River watershed, one of New Hampshire's highest rated wildlife areas. NCABC advocates for clean water and air, climate protection and public health, as well as solid waste management reform. And they advocate for education for New Hampshire residents and visitors. That's brief. You can go to their website, of course, if you want to learn more, and I can try to answer any questions you'd have, but that's a brief summary. Is that good? Okay. So again, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman Aaron and honorable members of this committee, the House Environment and Agriculture Committee. For the record, my name is Nancy Morrison, and I have residences in both Whitefield and Mount Vernon, New Hampshire. I would like to first express my gratitude to this committee for your continued willingness to engage and work to improve how New Hampshire manages solid waste. Through your diligence, awareness and progress has been accomplished, but as you can see from House Bill 215, there is more to be done. I am here today to ask your support for this important bill. Recently, I attended GELCAR committee meetings regarding updated landfill rules. They concluded that the way to create effective solid waste reform is through legislative policy. That is exactly what HB 215 would do in 1, addressing the principle of net public benefit, 2, further defining capacity need and the timing to bring it online, and 3, clarifying that a landfill permit must be evaluated on its own merits, separate from other projects. Considering the concept of net public benefit, why wouldn't we look at both the benefits and harms of a landfill permit? Isn't it common sense to weigh both the pluses and the minuses of such an impactful project? We all know that landfills can have significant detrimental repercussions for a region, the environment, public health, and for communities. It seems to me that making a permit decision is not just about capacity analysis and meeting technical regulations. I support House Bill 215 because it includes a holistic set of considerations. And in the absence of clearly articulated legislative policy, which we are depending on you for, decisions are left to the discretion of a single agency, DES. I do ask, could the benefits versus harms analysis that HB 215 provides have made a difference in the permitting process of St. Gobain in Merrimack, which has had a devastating impact on that community? Would such an analysis have changed the results of any of the state's 22 Superfund sites? We will never know that. Just to consider capacity, why would we ever permit additional capacity if that capacity doesn't fill a demand shortfall for more than half its life? And regarding a new landfill, why would we ever bring that additional capacity online before it is needed? If our intention is to achieve DES's solid waste management plan with the overarching goal of significantly reducing the amount of solid waste needing disposal in the state, which was a reduction of 25% by 2030 and 45% by 2050, then shouldn't we be measured and prudent in how we bring on any incremental capacity? To paraphrase a well-known statement, if we build it, the trash will come. And much of it may come from out of state. Finally, a landfill needs to be evaluated on its own merits and shouldn't be bundled with a carrot, such as a recycling center. House Bill 215 makes that legislative policy crystal clear. And I would just like to add by the way, I'd like to address the fact that testimony you no doubt receive from the waste industry over this bill, in my opinion, unduly influences New Hampshire's waste policy and has for decades, with what I perceive as fear-mongering and speculation. I believe they do not have our best interest at heart. And I believe it is time for the legislator to call this out for what it is and implement protective measures that New Hampshire citizens and their environment need based on good regulation, not industry speculation. And I would like to ask Director Wimsatt to try to think more outside of the box of what is possible for net benefit permitting for landfills. We cannot keep throwing up our hands in the air in despair. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. And thank you for your service to New Hampshire.
Thank you. Any questions?
No?
Okay, thank you so
After
much.
all that?
Appreciate it. Go ahead. All right.
I would love to, thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to know, and thank you for your testimony. I would love to know if you are familiar with applications that are coming in with other pieces of with other pieces of sweetening the pot in a sense that's changing the landscape, and how that should never be involved in this net public benefit
You mean like
formula.
You mean like the carrot thing?
Correct.
I guess the only one I am familiar with is, I believe Casella had offered to build a MRF, a materials recycling center in southern New Hampshire, as a carrot that would help them to get their landfill built in the North Country. So that's something specific that I refer to. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on that question. So
Sure.
is it my understanding that they won't build the recycling plant in southern New Hampshire unless they get permitted? Is that what you're saying?
That is my understanding. As a matter of fact, we were hoping that if the landfill permits were denied for the new landfill in northern New Hampshire and Dalton, maybe they would still build it, because they have had a center in Bethlehem for over 30 years, and maybe the state's earned it by now. But as far as I understand, Representative, it's tied to if they implemented a new landfill in Dalton, New Hampshire.
So,
Representative Comtois, follow up?
thank you, Madam Chair. So do you know this for a fact, or is this just speculation?
No, this is what I've read and paperwork and newspapers and all that for the last couple of years, as Casella has hoped to build a new facility in Dalton, New Hampshire. This has been part of what they hoped could go along with it. And I think what this bill is saying is that any new landfill and the permitting of one really needs to be able to stand on itself, by itself.
Sure. One more follow up. Yep.
Thank you. I guess you read it in a newspaper.
Well, I'm part of NCABC. I've been studying
Right,
this for 6 years.
But I guess my thing is from my own understanding, I want to make sure that without, they won't build the recycling plant. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
They will not build the recycling plant. That's a known fact if they don't get permitted.
That is my understanding, and that could change, and maybe it has changed since I understood that, but that was my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it not our understanding that it's part of the application for the permit?
You mean that
It's made mention of in the permit application, I believe.
I believe so, Representative Haskins.
Thank you.
Again, I always want to be sure of what I say.
I know.
But I
Me
believe
too.
you are right.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming this afternoon and
Thank-
hanging in with us.
Thank you so much.
Our last person I know, Natch Grays is not here, so I'm not going to call him. But Michael Wright is our last pink card. Anybody else have any other pink cards? You are the last of the day. Thank you.
That's good for everybody, since I was going to say good morning as well, too, and it's good afternoon. So I just wanted to mention, before I start with my testimony, that the tying between the recycle center and the landfill is actually in Casella's application. So that's where it's located. Okay, yeah. So anyhow, my name is Michael Wright. I'm a North Country resident, and I'm from Littleton. And I'm very pleased to be here today to express my strong support for the House Bill 215, which is a common sense bill. It just modernizes and it up levels our landfill permit process, and it requires applicants to submit a comprehensive report outlining their proposed projects, potential harms, and benefits, which just makes sense. I would imagine that you wouldn't want to wake up every day to the smell of rotting stench of decomposing waste. That's what happens with a lot of people around these landfills, and they have to get up and they worry about their water and perhaps worry about the traffic. And if it's a tourist location like northern New Hampshire, they're going to worry about what type of impression this leaves on tourism. So this is really important that we actually, take a measured approach to considering the harm that potentially might be incurred by siting a landfill, or in that case, even with, depending upon the specifics, an extension of an existing landfill that's out there. I think there's been some testimony that's been submitted that I'd like that warrants some careful consideration, because I think there are some weaknesses and mischaracterization in this, and there is testimony that suggests that HB 215 duplicates existing processes and adds unnecessary costs. I believe this is a misrepresentation. Currently, DES practices primarily focus on evaluating the economic benefits, such as job creation and landfill capacity, without explicitly requiring a detailed assessment of the potential harms like groundwater contamination, noise, and air pollution. So HB 215 addresses this gap by ensuring there's a balance evaluation of both benefits and harms. This is not redundancy. It is a necessary enhancement to protect New Hampshire residents and their environment. Opponents argue that HB 215 introduced subjectivity into the permitting process. In reality, what HB 215 calls for harm assessments to be conducted by independent and qualified third parties, ensuring objectivity. Moreover, adding a structured appraisal of harms does not inherently delay the process, but ensures that decisions are based upon a comprehensive and fair evaluations. This approach prevents rushed decisions that could lead to long-term environmental and public health costs. Everybody in New Hampshire knows the impact of this when we think of like the St. Gobain situation. Opponents will claim that HB 215 will increase costs for applicants and harm low-income families. However, the cost of harm assessment is modest. It's very modest to the total cost of landfill permitting and construction. Most importantly, failing to evaluate harms can result in a far greater cost to communities in the form of health issues, property value declines, and the environmental degradation, costs that typically and disproportionately affect low-income families. Opponents assert that the current DS regulations are sufficient to protect the health and property and the environment. Well, this bill wouldn't be in front of you if that were the case. And there's ample evidence around the country. We can take a look at some of the landfills that are somewhat locally here too, where people have had to actually sell their house because they just couldn't take the odor any longer. And I just can't imagine being in that type of position. Opponents claim that the bill creates an anti-project bias by requiring harm assessments, while this is completely unfounded. HB 215 simply seeks to create a fair and objective process. Applicants are already required to promote the benefits of their projects. This bill ensures that potential harms are also objectively evaluated, creating a balanced and transparent permitting framework. In conclusion, HB 215 strengthens New Hampshire's landfill permitting process by addressing critical gaps in evaluating environmental and community impacts. I would ask the committee that we don't let the pursuit of perfection or the status quo get in the way, which could be really important progress for our landfill permitting process. This bill does not hinder development, but ensures that projects are conducted responsibly, safeguarding public health and environment. And with that, I urge you to consider the full scope of the bill and its protections offered to New Hampshire residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify your testimony, sir, you're saying that this bill, despite the testimony of others, brings objectivity and fairness into this process, which is currently subjective.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Do you have written testimony?
I
sir?
do, yes, and I haven't had a chance to upload it. I will do that by the time I get to my car.
Make sure that our clerk, Representative King,
Okay,
gets it.
okay, will do.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Your copy would do as
Sure,
well.
yeah, I can leave you my
Sure.
copy, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Anybody
any
else?
other questions? Seeing none, I'd like the blue sheet, please. And I'm going to close.
Madam
here-
Chair, can I just read something into the record real quick? Because it was
Um,
based upon a question.
Sure.
Okay. So this is
Can you pass
directly,
the blue sheet, please?
this is directly from page 36 of the public benefit application for Casella. Quotes, by permitting the GSL project, DES will also be greenlighting the creation of a new state-of-the-art materials recycling facility in southern New Hampshire. End quote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have on the blue sheet here, 6 people supporting this bill and 0 people against. And on our online portal, we have 69 persons registering their support and 4 registering opposition. With that, I want to close the hearing for close the hearing for HB 215. And I'd like to hear a motion to adjourn for today.
So moved.
Any second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. We will see you next Tuesday at 10 a.m. We will have a public hearing on one of our other early bills, and afterwards, we will have a work session on all of the bills that we've heard, and likely have additional hearings in the afternoon. For bills, I don't know yet, but they will be announced. Thank you very much.
Another landfill bill, right?
Oh, and I want to thank you all for your rapt attention, and everybody who attended today for hanging in so late. We really appreciate your time.
I didn't say you.